Peace, fam. This Kwanzaa step into self-mastery with our Nguza Saba Challenge e-course. Slash from $599 down to $99. Why join? Because you get the opportunity to cultivate your growth. Tap into ancestral wisdom for personal evolution. Learn flexibly. On-demand videos, audios, and daily activities. Empower yourself. Build confidence and impact your world. This is open to all. No prior experience needed. Here's the perks. You'll get access to exclusive digital resources. You get a private group for daily motivation and discussion. Invest in yourself this Kwanzaa. Become your destiny's master and join the congregation of the mighty. Enroll now in nguzasabachallenge.com. Discount code Kwanzaa 2023. Limited time. This all ends January the 2nd, 2024. Take advantage.
As the year draws to a close, we approach a time of reflection and celebration with Kwanzaa. More than a festive holiday, Kwanzaa is a profound journey of cultural and personal discovery, connecting us to our African heritage and guiding us towards communal empowerment and self-mastery, honoring our African heritage for personal growth. Kwanzaa is an invitation to jump into the rich traditions and values of our African culture. It's a period of connecting with our roots, understanding our history, and drawing inspiration and wisdom from our heritage. This exploration is pivotal in our personal development journey, offering lessons and strength that guide us in self-mastery. Fostering unity and community strength. Central to Kwanzaa is the principle of unity, umoja, reminding us of the strength found in collective bonds. It's a time when we come together, reinforcing our connections and working towards shared goals. By fostering unity, we not only uplift our community, but also find support and motivation for our individual growth paths. Reflecting on the 7 principles for personal mastery, the Nguzo Saba, or the 7 principles of Kwanzaa, are powerful tools for personal and community development. These principles, unity, self-determination, collective work and responsibility, cooperative economics, purpose, creativity, and faith, serve as a guide for self-improvement and community enrichment. They encourage us to introspect, set personal goals, and contribute positively to our surroundings. Celebrating African American culture and identity through music, dance, storytelling, and traditional ceremonies, Kwanzaa is a vibrant expression of African American culture. It's an opportunity to share and celebrate our unique cultural identity, enriching our sense of belonging and pride. Commitment to continuous improvement and growth. Kwanzaa inspires us to look inward, reflect on our achievements and challenges, and set aspirations for the future. It's a time to reaffirm our commitment to personal excellence and to contribute meaningfully to our community's growth. Join the celebration of cultural richness and self-discovery. Whether you're already familiar with Kwanzaa or are newly exploring its traditions, we invite you to join this enriching celebration. It's an opportunity for everyone to learn, share, and grow together, embracing the principles that foster personal development and community strength. Happy Kwanzaa. Let's honor our past, celebrate our present, and stride confidently into the future, carrying the spirit of Kwanzaa with us throughout the year. Be sure to like, share, and subscribe, and let's grow together. To learn more, go to freegnjecourse.com. Thank you for listening.
In a realm where ancient trees whispered age-old secrets and rivers flowed with the wisdom of ages, there stood a village guarded by the spirit of unity and understanding. In this village lived a young warrior named Kofi, whose heart was a cauldron of courage, but whose mind was shrouded in the mist of uncertainty. Kofi sought the light of wisdom, the guiding flame that would illuminate his path to lead his people. Under the gaze of the moon, Kofi approached the elders, venerable sages who had walked many moons on their own journeys of enlightenment. Elder Amara, with eyes reflecting the depth of the skies, spoke gently. Kofi, your quest for wisdom is a journey towards the flame of Kwanzaa, a sacred fire that burns at the world's edge. It is not just a beacon of enlightenment, but a symbol of self-mastery and community strength. Remember, the path to it is not just a walk, but a dance of learning and growth. Embracing his destiny, Kofi embarked on his quest. His first trial was a valley shrouded in darkness, where shadows of doubt and fear lurked. As he bravely navigated this valley, Kofi learned to kindle the light within his heart, understanding that courage is the first spark in conquering one's fears. Beyond the valley, Kofi discovered a garden in disarray, its harmony disrupted. He observed the language of the earth, the whispers of the wind, and the songs of the streams. In this communion with nature, Kofi gleaned that wisdom often blooms in the quiet embrace of the earth's rhythms. His journey then led him to a fractured community, its unity dimmed by discord. With empathy and wisdom, Kofi mended the fragmented bonds, weaving a tapestry of understanding and respect. Through this, he realized that the strength of a community lies in its collective flame, burning brighter together. Finally, Kofi reached the edge of the world where the mythical flame of Kwanzaa danced in its eternal glory. Its radiance was a symphony of the principles he had learned: unity, self-determination, collective work and responsibility, cooperative economics, purpose, creativity, and faith. Yet, in its scintillating dance, Kofi found no ancient scripts or mystical chants. Instead, he found a reflection of his journey, an echo of his growth. In that moment of revelation, Kofi understood. The journey was not about the destination, but about the enlightenment along the way. The wisdom he sought was kindled within him, fueled by the experiences and lessons of his path. Returning as a beacon of guidance, Kofi shared his odyssey. His village saw not the youth who had left them, but a leader, illuminated and wise. And Kofi, with newfound humility, knew that his journey under the flame of Kwanzaa was not an end, but a beginning. Thus, like Kofi, may we all tread our paths with courage, seeking not just the wisdom of the world, but the flame within, guided by enduring principles and the eternal light of the flame of Kwanzaa. Thank you for watching.
Habari gani, Imani. Habari gani, Imani. Greetings. This is Doc Ock coming to you live again with the last of our Kwanzaa minutes for 2020. We come today with the final principle of Imani. Imani means faith. And on the last day of Kwanzaa, the seventh day, we light the seventh candle, the last of the green candles, last of the big time spenders, if you want to think of it like that. And of course, we have to have a proverb for Imani. And our proverb today is, I trust in Allah, but I tie my camel. And that's an Islamic proverb. Our proverbial poem, I call I Tie My Camel. I have faith. The moon will set and the sun will rise. I trust in Allah, but I tie my camel. No justice, no peace. I want peace and I believe in justice. I trust in Allah, but I tie my camel. Faith without works is dead. If you have faith that a better day is coming, then you have to work to make it come true. I trust in Allah, but I tie my camel. A new day is dawning. Every minute of every hour, it's up to us to make it better or worse. I trust in Allah, but I tie my camel. And there we have it. All 7 principles: umoja, unity; kujichagulia, self-determination; ujima, collective work and responsibility; ujamaa, cooperative economics; nia, purpose; kuumba, creativity; and last but not least, Imani, faith. That we can do what others have done, that we actually can do for self, that we do have a brain, that we are intelligent, that we do have the ability, the will, the stamina, the patience, and the faith, not just to make it from one day to the next, but to make it into the future and a brighter day. Peace out, y'all. Tutanana K-Show.
Over these next few days between now and next week. But the second thing finally is this, and Karen has already laid it out. I don't really need to add anything to that. I just want to say that for many years, an organization I was able to join as a young man when I was in Columbus, Ohio, going to school, grad school and law school, the Association for the Study of Classical African Civilizations. There was a brother named Mariba Kelsey, he's from Atlanta. He's back in Atlanta. He and his family started something called the African Center for Study and Worship in Columbus, and that collective, Tawi Village, and the Afrocentric Personal Development Shop, independent Black institutions. They had a storefront in East Columbus that we would meet at every Friday night. We'd sit in there 3, 4, 5 hours reading, discussing, debating. Folks from the neighborhood, community. That was really my intellectual grounding. That whole time I was at Ohio State. It wasn't in the classroom, although there were some great professors and I had access to the library and the Frank Hill Black Culture Center, my man Larry Williamson and them. But it was really East Columbus that gave me that trajectory. And one thing we've been doing and talking about in ASCAC for many years, we have a building fund, is that we need an independent physical space. And in my mind, it's going to be a space that can accommodate 100,000 books, that will be a big enough building or set of buildings with plenty of land so that we can have summer institutes, so that children can come and learn how to do oral history, so that we can convene, put up a tent, barbecue, cook, go inside, plan, plot, send things out, record things like this, and that it won't be just one place. We have one in Mississippi, Alabama. I always think about the South in particular. And those places will be the places, and this isn't HBCUs. This is where I'm gonna end. It's not historically Black colleges, because for all the good HBCUs have done and do, I work at one, and that's a deliberate choice. I work in Black spaces. I made that choice, and I will always make that choice. They still are hardwired into a rhythm that we need to be able to have other places that are completely distinct from those places. Because our resources, we need to have places where our resources are completely controlled by us, supported by us, and where a 6-year-old girl, a 14-year-old boy, somebody comes in and says, here's my $5 subscription service. I'm a member of this collective. I'm coming down for 3 weeks. I'm coming to sit at the feet of elders. I'm coming to show you how I can flip this into this next song that's gonna make $1 million. And I'm showing you how we're gonna connect all this. And I know it all because I have a place to go to sit for 3 weeks. Are there models? Yes, there are models. One of them is Per Ankh in Senegal. Our brother Ayikwe Arma, who has developed something like that in Senegal, the Writers Collective, the Cultural Collective there. And there are others. The second thing finally is this, and Karen has already laid it out. I don't really need to add anything to that. I just want to say that for many years, an organization I was able to join as a young man when I was in Columbus, Ohio, going to school, grad school and law school, the Association for the Study of Classical African Civilizations. There was a brother named Mariba Kelsey. Now he's from Atlanta. He's back in Atlanta.
That's the Baba. Hey.
Started something called the African Center for Study and Worship in Columbus, and that collective Tawi Village, and the Afrocentric Personal Development Shop, independent Black institutions.
Independent Black. I put on for my city. 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 Man, hey man, I love when we get. Oh man, I get hyped. Woo! Let me calm down and we come back and we're going to talk about this. Oh, put on for my city. Put on for my city. We've been working. All right, brothers and sisters, this is Brother Hatim. I want to remind you that you are now standing in the congregation of the mighty, the home of the stubborn minority, a place where you build, where your hustle builds muscle. This is Giami Journey Media, right? And I'm your host, Brother Hatim. Family, listen. Let me just say this, man. I am so proud of my brother Greg Kamati Carr, originally out of Tennessee, coming from Tennessee State to Ohio State, I think. And I watched this brother go for his master's in Black Studies and go through law school at the exact same time. And what the brother's talking about right here is some true nation building, establishing a territory where we could define ourselves for ourselves, raising funds to make sure that we are able to take care and provide a safe space so that our children can come into their fullness, where our people could come into their fullness. And it's something that is very possible, right? It's just a matter of us supporting each other. Now, this is what we talk about all the time, because I'm looking at it, and then you also hear about him talking about sitting at the feet of elders and listening, right? But not only just listening, but taking those stories and taking that information and being able to compose intellectual property, books, e-courses. This is the stuff that we're talking about at Giami Journey. Now, he might not be talking about it in that way because he is a bibliophile. He loves books. He loves a solid book. But one of the things we have to be able to do, we have to be able to encompass all worlds. So, of course, we do need a place where we can have a library where we can hold over 100,000 books, because I love books too. I have a nice library myself. It's all in storage right now because I had to downsize to be where I'm at right now. But that does not stop us from still creating other types of intellectual properties. There's nothing wrong with creating ebooks. There's nothing wrong with creating e-courses. There's nothing wrong with having online memberships, because right where you see him, or from where we got this recording from, is from the Karen Hunter show, and they are building over there. And I think that many of us should go over there and help. But also, family, you can help support independent media. You can help support Giami Journey Media by checking out our stuff, right? Not only can you get ebooks on how to develop yourself, how to use ancient wisdom to answer modern problems, you know what I'm saying, how to change your life, right? But you can also create content, and we can help you with that. We can help you market it. We can help you build the commercials so that you could go on and promote it. All you got to do is be willing to put the work in, learn how to do it, and be willing to put the work in, and we can help you. Right here at Giami Journey Media, we are doing real nation building. You heard him call out our Baba, Dr. Mariba Kelsey. You heard him call out the African Center for Study and Worship. You heard those of you that's been listening to us for a while, you know that I be big up in the African Center for Study and Worship. I be big up in the Baba. I also be bigging up Tawi Village, right? Because Giami Journey, we are a tribe in a village called Tawi, right? I also wanted to show this video for those people who sometimes forget the work that we're doing here in Columbus. Now, I'm just stressing the Columbus piece because he mentioned the Columbus piece because he was here and he was able to partake in our family, and it was, in a sense, our family that helped guide him in a direction in which he's going and making great strides, right? But I'm stressing this because one of the key pieces that he talked about in this conversation, and you can check this out, this is In Class with Carr on Karen Hunter's show. You go and check her out, find her because she has an excellent show. But one of the major pieces that he talks about on here, right, is dropping, in a sense, dropping a bucket where you are, right? You're not in Columbus. You might be in Cleveland. You might be in Dayton. You might be in some city that I don't even have a name for. But can you start where you are? There are elders where you are in most cases. There are other people of like mind where you are. Can you start building where you are? Right? See, because we got people talking about taking over the world when we have not taken over our neighborhoods. We are not taking over our blocks. You can't take over a big thing if you have not handled the small things leading to the big thing. And the small things are yourself, your family, your tribe, your village, your community, your city. I put it on for my city. I put it on for my city. See, I can't talk about, because I would love to be able to take the mantle of nation builder, but actually, I'm not a nation builder. And most of you out there are not nation builders. What you actually are is a tribe builder at this point in time. Some of y'all might still be at the family building stage, right? Because you're not building on the national level. Most of us are not building on the national level. But can we build and make an impact in the small places where we are? Because your small place could connect with my small space. And it could connect with Kamati's small space. And it could connect with Sister Karen Hunter's small space. And it could connect with that brother's small space. And that sister's small space. And that sister's small space. To where eventually we have multiple tribes building up multiple communities, building up multiple cities where we are controlling things politically, economically, educationally, socially. It's definitely doable. So family, check us out at Giami Journey. Check out what we offer and how we can help you move towards your goal. As far as tribe building, as far as even if you want to keep the title nation builder or whatever, we can help you with that. Check out, go to our free gnjecourse.com. Check us out. See what we can offer you. See what we can help you with. You want to put something together? We could go on and give you a consultation and let you know what we could do for you. You want to put together an ebook? We got you. You want to put together an e-course? We got you. You want to put together a social media campaign? We got you. You know what I'm saying? Let us help you build your tribe. Or as other people say, build your brand. Right? Because Giami Journey is a tribe, but at the same time, it's a brand, right? It's something that we have that we can share with the world. What do you have that you can share with the world? Right? Because you the hero in this story. You the hero in your story. We just trying to help you move, because every hero, check this out, every hero has a guide. Every hero goes to somebody that gives them advice and gives them the tools so that they can overcome what it is they're struggling with. Allow G&J Media to help you with that. This is Brother Hot Tim, and I am out. Watch the next video. Watch the next video. Watch the next video. No, I'm just joking, fam. Family, thank you for joining us. Be sure to catch us on the next video, family. Peace. Watch the next video. Watch.
Right out there in those streets where Shorty is.
How you doing, Shorty?
Hey, Ted.
I just saw your mother inside the restaurant.
Yeah, I just saw my way down and lay some bread on.
Shorty, the word is on Vine that you're not making your payoff to the cops.
That's the rumor, Ted.
You mind if I give you a little advice?
No, go ahead.
Why don't you just quit dealing altogether?
Oh, man, you know I can't do that, Ted. It's survival.
You ever stop to think what would happen in these streets if we cut off the flow of drugs altogether? White folks control your neighborhood, through drugs and you dealing.
So what you gonna do now? Give me a sermon?
No sermon, Shorty. I just thought I'd ask. You mind if I give you a little advice?
No, go ahead.
Why don't you just quit dealing altogether?
Man, you know I can't do that. Take the safari.
You ever stop to think what would happen in the streets if we cut off the flow of drugs altogether? White folks
My
control
man.
your neighborhood through drugs
My man.
and you dealing.
So what you gonna do now? Give me a sermon?
No sermon, Shorty. I just...
Now, the frustration I feel, because that is a motto of a lot of the conversations. People shut down good information because they say, oh, what, you about to preach me a sermon now? You know everything? No. But the key piece that you have to remember, that we have to remember as a people, that we do very little if we don't get a sermon. We can take it all the way back to Haiti. The whole Haitian Revolution jumped off from a religious ritual. I'm quite sure somebody gave a sermon. Gable Prosser. Quite sure somebody was giving sermons. Right? Nat Turner was a pastor. We know he was giving sermons. Let's bring it all the way up to the Civil Rights Movement. Full of people that gave sermons. As a matter of fact, Martin Luther King was one of those pastors that gave a sermon that moved the masses. Right? We go to the Nation of Islam. Full of ministers. One of the famous being Malcolm X, who gave a lot of sermons. Bring it up to today, where we are today, right? Think about it. Farrakhan gives some nice sermons. So it's kind of like we shut each other down with this whole sermon idea, and Shorty with his dumb ass. Oh my God, Shorty make me mad. But I did like his pantsuit. I'm thinking about bringing the pantsuit back with the long collar. You see that? I think I might bring that back. I think that's the only thing I can find that I like about that. All right, family. So right here, we got one of my favorite movies of all time. And I'm going to explain eventually on one of these videos why this is my favorite movie of all time. It's called The Spook Who Sat by the Door. And it's very, very, very important that we go through some of the lessons in here, because they are lessons that we constantly deal with today in this world. I mean, a lot of shit has changed. It only changed in look, but many of the rules of life still apply. And if you listen to the sermon that Shorty, bless his heart.
I don't think he got no more than about a $20 or $30 a week habit. And that ain't no habit.
Shut up, Mama Duncan. I can hear it ringing in my ear. Right? But anyway, this is what we're going to do. I want us to break it down, because basically what Turk or Mr. Freeman was talking about in there was controlling territory. And we often talk about that on Giammi Journey. You can't have a family. You can't have a tribe. You can't have a community. You can't have a city unless you have marked out territory. All things have to have territory. And what Turk was talking about in that scene was establishing a territory and controlling what comes in and what goes out of that community, right? We have to face the fact, family, that a lot of us are playing revolutionary. A lot of us are playing nation builder. A lot of us are doing these grandiose things, or think we're doing these grandiose things, when in fact we are doing nothing but walking around the plantation, including myself. The goal is to break out of off the plantation. How do you break off the plantation? You break off the plantation by taking control of the plantation making it yours, staking your claims, and making sure you control everything that comes in. Now, the first place we start with that as a people is our minds. Right now, our minds are open. So anybody can come in with a crazy idea, stake their flag in there, and everything is cool. Right? And everybody do as thou will. Do what you want to do, blah, blah, blah. But how do you organize with that type of shit? How do you really take over a community with that? Because one of the things that you have to understand that when you go into different communities, we hear people like, well, we hear about all these other groups. These other groups share culture and they share ideas about that culture. But in our community, what happens is we got so many different ideas about who we are, about where we are, about when we are, that we can't align those ideas so that we can empower ourselves to overcome and push out those that are not serving our interests. Family, there is no way that we could take control of our community doing and allowing anything in. That includes thoughts, that includes drugs, that includes the education, that includes, we have to be able to control all of that coming into us. We got to be able to control all of that going into our children. We got to control all of that. And that's true nation building. You don't build up a nation so that other people could come in and take advantage of it. You don't build up a nation so other people could come in and take from you. Right? So Turk said, have you ever realized that if we cut off the flow of drugs, what would happen? Do you not understand that white folks control your community through drugs and they control you through the dealing of drugs? Right? Now, I want you to understand that often, if you look at the movies and you look at the history, traders were often funded by other people's money. When other people's money becomes more important than your culture, you will always lose. When you have individuals that are able to be financed by outside sources to act as mercenaries for them, they don't even have to give the mercenaries directions. Here, cause as much, basically, they didn't even say cause as much confusion as you can. But when you unleash people who are outside of the community onto the community, they're not with you mentally, they're not with you educationally, they're not with you spiritually, they don't see the same political things you see, they don't see the same economic state that you see, it causes havoc in the community. It causes havoc in the area. It causes havoc in the neighborhood. And it descends from community to neighborhood to just the hood. Many of us, because we have not started training our minds, because we are not living by principles, have given in and started living a mercenary life. And mercenaries never build empires for themselves. They build empires for others. They never build countries for themselves. They build countries for others. And when the mercenaries become a problem to the state that they have helped build, guess what that state does to them? Look it up in history. And even worse, for us, a lot of us with the mercenary mind state. I'll do anything for money. If you got somebody in your crew right now that say they will do anything for money, you need to go on and eliminate them out your crew. But hey, I'm on some tribe building shit right now. Listen to me, family. If you want to learn how to build a tribe, I am going to invite you to take our e-course. Go to freegnjecourse.com. Feel free to hit up the video with comments so that we could go and have this discussion, right? So that we could really start building, at least those that want to build. Because we got some people that's really benefiting off the confusion that's going on in our community right now. Whole lot of people. As a matter of fact, we'll lose a lot of jobs. You know what I'm saying? But hey, give unto Caesar what is Caesar's, right? So family, thank you for joining us. I am your host, Brother Hatim. And this has been another one of those adventures of Brother Hatim, and this one is called Territory. What is your territory? Where is your territory? Where does it start? Ask yourself some of these questions. Yo, this is just a thought. Peace. Watch the next video. Watch the next video. Watch the next video. No, I'm just joking, family. Family, thank you for joining us. Be sure to catch us on the next video, family. Peace. Watch the next video. Watch.
Hello, Miss Duncan.
Oh, Mr. Freeman, hi. Why don't you join me?
Good. Listen, that looks good.
It is delicious. You want to try some?
Miss Duncan, how's your son, Shorty, doing?
Oh, Shorty's doing just fine. He got a job now, making good money. In fact, he just bought me a color television set.
Well, I hear that he's not only running numbers, pushing drugs. Hey, he's hooked.
No, he ain't no real junkie. Sure, he shoots up now and then. But I don't think he got no more than about a $20 or $30 a week habit. And that ain't no habit.
Well, did you ever think that he could end up in jail?
Not unless somebody turned the heat on in the precinct. And then I can't hardly see why they'd be after Shorty, because he ain't into it that much.
Shorty ever think about finishing at least high school?
No, he don't want no parts of school. You know how them teachers are.
Well, without an education, what's he going to do?
Mr. Freeman, you know ain't nothing out there for us. But right out there in those streets where Shorty is.
Man, this type of behavior burns my ass. My God. When we gonna stop rationalizing bullshit? My God, we've been doing it for a very long time, I see, because this is an old-ass movie. All right, family, right now we are looking at a clip from a movie from 1969, a classic, I call it a Mac movie necessity. Join in Giamma, you have to see this movie. We have to discuss this movie. And the name of the movie is The Spook Who Sat by the Door. Man, I love this damn movie. I love it. I often cut it into my show, and I'm very excited to figure out how to get in and cut up the movie. So this scene, I call it Mama, because this mama and the behavior she's exhibiting is not just the she behavior. It's also a he behavior. And this is one of the major things that stops us from growing as individuals and growing as a tribe. Now, let me be very clear, because this hits right on the tribe piece. Because a lot of people get uncomfortable when I use the term tribe, and I can understand that. But a tribe, from the idea that I'm using, right, is a organization, a group of individuals, a group of families that come together so that they can build together, which means that we have to be able to hold each other responsible. Now, what you saw with this mother was that she was totally rationalizing all of her son's behaviors. Now, the brother is coming in trying to assist and trying to get hold of her so that they could work together to help her son. But rather than grasping for the help, she don't think anything is wrong. Why? I mean, we could kind of understand, ain't nothing out here for us. You heard at the end, ain't nothing out here for us. But we have somebody who has come from the very same situation that your son is in. You know him. The neighborhood knows him. It's Turk, right? So he may be able to help your son get out of the situation that he's in. Now, many of us had this type of shit in our life. where either somebody's doing it for us or we're doing it for somebody else. We rationalize their fuckery and bitchcraft, and it usually turns around and ends up biting us in the ass. Let me give you an example. This shorty character is the same character that ends up getting shot in the alley and causes the riots that cause Turk to have to move his plans forward, right? Mama rationalized this boy's behavior. At his funeral, probably crying and pulling her hair out, talking about how good of a boy he was, and he don't really have it. Did y'all hear that? He ain't really got no, it ain't really no habit. It's only $20, $30 a week. Like what? How much is $20 or $30 in 1969 money? That's a lot of money. I'm just letting y'all know right now. But he ain't no real junkie. She rationalizing. And what we have to stop doing is rationalizing and in a sense, defending behaviors that are not good for us as well as other people, especially when in your tribe and in your family. It's hard. I know it's hard. But if you're going to move to the next level, you're going to have to do it. And you're going to have to stop rationalizing some of the behaviors that you have and some of the behaviors that other people have around you that may be holding you back. I'm just saying. Winners run with winners. You know what I'm saying? In Giammi, we trying to build a tribe of champions. I'm not trying to pull nobody along, right? So, like I said, if you need help in this type of stuff, right? And thinking about it, talking about it, hit us up at Giammi Journey Media. Join us. Join the tribe at GNJ.media. That's GNJ.media. Also, if you want to learn a little bit more about the foundation of Giammi, go to freegnjecourse.com. We will be coming out with offers soon to help you with some coaching as far as your digital business. You know what I'm saying? As far as getting your, building up your hits on social media and other platforms, creating videos, podcasts, and etc. Family, we've been doing it a long time. I want to share the information with you. So go on and join us on the journey and let's build. But don't call me if you ain't got a habit. If it ain't, you know what I'm saying? If you like shorty and it ain't a real habit, it ain't like he a real junkie, or don't call me if you like that. If you ain't got a real habit, just a little habit. Call me if you serious. I ain't got time for tag-alongs and hang-ons. We got to build. We got a very limited time, and we got to get busy. All right, this is Brother Hatim. I am out. Watch the next video. Watch the next video. No, I'm just joking, family. Family, thank you for joining us. Be sure to catch us on the next video, family. Peace. Watch the next video. Watch.
And I think we also have to remember that, and this I remind us of this because when you don't have something, you don't know what you're missing. Like if you've never eaten cookies before, you don't know that they exist. You don't know that and so as a people, there are certain things that we no longer have that were forcibly taken from us that would have been able to nip things like this in the bud, right? So when we talk about rites of passage programs or rites of passage, and if you think back to Roots, either the old version or the new version, you see that Kunta, he doesn't just get to be a man. Right. In fact, if he doesn't go through his rite of passage training, which is an extensive mind, body, spirit process. It is not just how much can you bench. It's not how fast can you run. It's the definition of manhood is to be a protector. And how do you demonstrate that? You do these exercises. It's can you go? I mean, it was days and weeks. It's a process that you had to go through to ensure that your transition from boyhood to manhood was not just healthy and holistic, but was going to produce men who are going to be able to bear the standards that the community determined as it pertains to what makes a man, right? So
I don't even know what to say. I just feel good that somebody else is putting the call out. Have you been through your rites of passage? Oh man, for years and years and years and years and years, I've been on this journey, family Giami journey, and the thing that sparked us into doing what we do is this whole concept of rites of passage. The transition from one phase to another phase. There was a rites of passage for young men and a rites of passage for young ladies. Now, not my fault. I take that back. Let's be clear. Because what happened in America is that our West Asian teachers teach us to segment everything. So what we did with the rites of passage movement was that we focused the movement on the children, when in fact rites of passage is a life thing. There's different phases in your life that you need some assistance with, right? And the rites of passage program provides that for the community, and it helps shape and mold the men and women that will be able to move into the leadership of the society. In a sense, the rites of passage is the societal womb in which men and women are born. Children are born through the connection of men and women, and they come and enter the world through the womb of the woman, right? And men and women are born from the womb of society. All right. Now, with the rites of passage process, which we constantly talk about, I mean, because really, Giami Journey is a rites of passage organization, right? We are a tribe with cultural ways and certain initiations and rituals and ceremonies that we take our members through. Now, the key piece in rites of passage is to remember that it's about building and strengthening the culture and protecting the culture and developing individuals that not only can protect the culture but even expand the culture and bring new ways and new thoughts into the culture that will energize the people. Now, rites of passage is broken down very simply into maybe about five, well, I'm going to say 4 or 5 stages. Let's see. The first one is, of course, the call. The call for the rites of passage. There's a change in your life. There's a major change coming. There's a biological change that happens for some people for their rites of passage to begin. And when, for example, when a young person starts moving and their voice starts changing and they start getting hit in certain parts of their body or whatever, there is a signal, a call that this individual has to start a venture. Now, I want you to understand, because the last few videos we've been talking about the importance of being summoned and called, right? Now, the root word to call, or at least I was taught, was a call basically comes from the term vocation, right? Vocation, a vocal call, right? Your vocation, what you're called to do in this world. And there's a call that goes out, right? Either it's a material, a spiritual, is a certain thing that happens. An individual has this call. Now, the first thing that happens once the individual accepts this call is the separation phase. Separation phase. Individual is separated from society and basically taken into another world, right? A world created by the society to introduce them to the secrets of the culture. The secrets of the culture. Then they are initiated, and part of the initiation process is that the child has to die for the adult to exist. So the child has part of the initiation. They have to give up part of themselves so that they can move into their new selves. From here, they move from the initiation phase into the reintroduction phase. Okay? They are reintroduced to the society as a new person. The child that left is never coming back. And this young person or this older person will come into the community and be able to add to it. The rites of passage will help change it. Will help develop the individual on all 5 parts of their being: intuition, mental, emotional, spiritual, and last but not least, the physical, so that they can form the fist to destroy enemies or work together as the hand to build up society. Family, the question that I have for you is, have you experienced the rites of passage? Your community's rites of passage, your society's rites of passage, your tribe's rites of passage? And if so, how has it geared you and prepared you to move into conquering life, to getting and acquiring space and time, not only for yourself, but for your people? I want to thank y'all for tuning in, man. Oh man, oh man. Listen, I am really enjoying doing these, and I hope that you are finding it useful. If you are, come and join us over at gnj.media. It's popping up on the screen right now. It keeps on popping up. I just can't stop it. GNJ just has taken over my screen. gnj.media, come join us. We're building our own social media networking site. We don't want everybody, we just want you. Come over and join us, join the tribe family. For those that are interested in the stuff that we're talking about here, from rites of passage to why we do the daily toast, to you know what I'm saying, how does the system work, you know what I'm saying? Check us out on freegnjecourse.com. And family, be on the lookout, because we're going to be putting together packages to teach people how to stream, how to podcast, how to start a blog, how to build your own site. You understand what I'm saying? How to develop an e-course, how to develop an e-book, how to market it. We're coming out with all that stuff because we want to help expand our Ujamaa network based on the idea laid out by Brother Philip Shock Matthews. All right, but yo, this is Brother Hatim, and it's been a pleasure. Make sure you like and share, and let's keep building. I'm out. I think I broke my headphones. Check. Are you okay? Are you? Annie, are you okay? Annie, are you okay? Watch the next video. Watch the next video. Watch the next video. No, I'm just joking, family. Family, thank you for joining us. Be sure to catch us on the next video, family. Peace. Watch the next video. Watch.
Down in the jungle, some people them a run with, and some a rumble and a shout out. Fire gun. I open my eyes to no blood a run. See, but the blood a run in a different fashion. Them say that some virus did a take over Jalan. Oh. Put the whole of Jaja people in a mental condition. So my people cry. Say them can't take the pressure, no matter how them try. You took the wrong pill and you can't see clearly, no. How the wicked them a cloak and a dagger. Jaja pick me. what I go on there. Sit down in the jungle. Some people them a run way, and some a rumble and a shout. See what I go on there. Sit down in the jungle. Some people them a run way, and some a rumble and a shout. A war is at hand, it's against my people, and it's not the first time. See, this is a sequel. The revolution has been televised, now open your eyes. Put on your Gideon boots, lace them up, get ready for this ride. So no, my people, don't you cry. Like you can't take the pressure, or you don't know the Most High. Like you done took the wrong pill and you not see clearly. Oh, how the wicked in my cloak and a dagger, all I touch a picnic. So what I want there? Sit down in the jungle. Some people them a run way, and some a rumble and a shout. So what I want there? Sit down in the jungle. Some people them a run way, and some a rumble and a shout. People them a run way, watch them just a rumble and a fire.
Africans from A to Z. We are Africans from A to Z.
After all the agony, adventures abroad, anticipated antagony, allowed the assured to bring back biological beings from beyond, belittled by beast, blasphemous be gone. So the clan cooperated and Chester was chosen. Now the colors coordinated and chapters are closing. Despondent democracy, a devilish discourse demonstrating diplomacy of a demonic B-force. So earn everyone, the end is engaged, incited by the East enlightenment's enrage. Forget false friends, fortify your facility. For real them foes cause they freeze your fertility. Get going in the game, growth is your goal. Giving God the glory to gather your soul. Hear me, heaven is a home for the have and have nots, harbored by the hopes and the heroes of hip hop. Hello. Africans from A to Z. Is it ignorant? Investigate inside the tent. I insist, I instruct ideas to invent. Just jettison the jokes of juniors and justice. Juveniles join Jakes in jail and just kiss. Killing kind kindreds of kings with the knights. Connecticut the kitchen but capped on the kite. Let them loose, Lucifer, liberate the light. See, we label these lows but leaders of the light. Look man is magnetic, meant to move mass. Membranes mold mental, maintained by math. Never needed negativity and niggified nations. Nice in our nature, we nourish negotiation. Our outlook, of course, optimistic. Others off track, off record, often miss it. The proof is in the pudding. Power positions will penetrate the past and populate the petition. When you quote the quadrant with the qualified quote, it's queer when the question doesn't quantify hope, and the rest realize that the rage is real. Respect righteous rebels in the routes revealed. Simply said, the system still stinks. It's sad when a seed sit in school with a shank. Terrorists telling the truth, you can tell by the tear. Turn on your television, terrorists are here. Usually undetected and in uniform. Without unity, U.S. makes us unicorns. Vanish, but the verses will vindicate the verdict. See voices from the vent verify violence. Why? When we want a world of His will, where we weave works of evil in the works we wield. Explain executions, examples exist. So get some extra X-lax and call the exorcist. It's the year of the young, and the youth will not yield. Yep, we all yelling, and you yellow, so we telling that you is the zone. As I hit and on the way, we grab the zeros from the zoo and head to Zimbabwe, Basulu. Africans from A to Z. Africans from A to Z. You are Africans from A to Z. We are Africans from A to Z.
Greetings. I am Mama Mawusi Ashakir, and I am here to discuss with you this African Liberation Day how education can be a means and a mode for our survival. Educating our future in the face of crisis. That's the name of the topic of my discussion today. Very important. As we are now sitting here facing this global crisis, we're in the midst of a very pivotal crossroads, one that offers us the opportunity to take ourselves back. I am Mama Mawusi, I am Ashakir, and I am a cultural custodian. I'm a 25-year homeschooler of my own 7 children and 4 grandchildren. I'm the founder and guardian director of 4 nation-building institutions. The Body Temple Institute of Holistic Health and Herbal Studies, for which I train herbalists and naturopathic healers to be able to answer and address emergent situations and health maintenance issues in our own community. The Rising Academy of the Sun, for which I educate children in our community to be able to reach learning levels and to come into adulthood with skills and trades. The Mothership, for which I train birth workers, childbirth educators, doulas, and fertility strategists in order to resolve and literally help to manifest health in women and children. Daughters of the Clay, Rites of Passage, for which I help girls through initiatory rites in their coming into womanhood. I have been working in our African community in Cincinnati, Ohio, since 1985 with various organizations over time. Not only have I worked, but I have also benefited from the conscious community. I'm also grateful for that. The topic and concept of my discussion today is how we can benefit from social collapse, how we can take advantage of social collapse. In this time, we need to organize our time, organize our family, organize our energy, organize our communal resources, and organize our money. In doing that, we'll understand how much money are we putting into a global structure that is collapsing. How much of our communal resources have we turned over to or become comfortable with seeing coming from this collapsing society? How much of our energy has this society consumed over the years? And bring our family in so that we can begin answering those needs for each other. So we can begin answering, finding resources or generating resources or even creating those resources ourselves together in the family. Organizing our time in order to be able to create resources, to build resources, to grow resources, to make the resources ourselves, and then to begin to circulate those resources amongst each other more times before we even consider going outside of our family circle. When we organize our family to contribute to our own freedom, we create a family social system. We develop a plan for sustainability. So I'm addressing how we do this. And I'm also addressing this in the midst of the fact that my family is doing this for itself. So I'm sharing with you what we're doing. So we're developing a plan for sustainability. Like, how can we sustain this even if the system comes back? Even if it comes back up, how can we continue to sustain this anyway? Even if society comes back, how can we sustain family social systems that we create, that we need? For instance, we need a ride, we need vehicles, we need to be able to travel, we need food. So we create a food co-op where we all put in and we get cases of food, and then we can share it together within each other. We need childcare. We need education. So therefore, we begin to, there's that one person in our family who's a child care provider. So that person can then begin to provide child care for the family, communal family. That communal family will be you, your children, your grandchildren. It may also be some people who are the very close family relatives, relatives. You know, those people whom are may not be of blood circle, but yet of consciousness circle, and they are relatives. So they are related to you. You are all connected. So work and use the talents and skills of each other. Even those people who are not of your bloodline circle, they can even be bridges to where their bloodline circles can also be brought in, and you two as family nation units can then begin working together to provide goods and services with each other. Also, research self-sufficiency methods of food security, food storage, growing food, and seed saving. Also self-defense and home safety during these times of social collapse. Very important for us to understand. Also legal defense, understanding your grounds, your standing in the law, understanding how it affects you when you're being pulled over, or when they're saying forced vaccinations, or when you're going into a place and they're saying that you have to wear a mask, you know, or that someone is not. What is that? What is the law in relation to this social, societal new laws that they're putting into place? Understand what's happening. Also, research health maintenance tips. Pay attention. Well, I think that we are paying so much attention to what the CDC is saying. We're paying so much attention. They got us looking in all of these different directions. But one of the things that is a key concept we need to be looking at is, how do we maintain our health? This all came about as biological strategies, biological warfare, biological concepts that are going on, a viral issue. If such is the case, how can we maintain our health? Organize a family economic system, a system of saving monies, understanding how will we save monies. Also creating a susu together where we can circulate monies, and then creating monies for loaning. So we're saving in preparation for loaning to those family members within family units within your family, to be able to help them to start micro businesses, things like this. Also consider buying properties or real estate. Very, very interesting. So I guess I would say consider investing together, you know, as a family unit, as an organized family unit. One of the things that was pushed as I've been growing in consciousness is organize in the form of get into groups outside of your family, outside of yourself, you know, outside of your community, whatnot, and to organize into these groups of political ideology, of social structure or religious structure. But the first structure that we have to understand how to organize is the self. But the second most prioritized structure is your family. And if we bond our family, then it will make more sense to be more our social structures and our religious structures, our religious organized structures will then stay together better if we understand the value of being in a family structure especially in the face of crisis. We want to educate our own children, and ultimately, this is what I do. And bringing up the first important points is that without those structures during the time of social collapse, we have to have those structures in place for educating our own. A lot of times that is the issue with people saying, oh, I can't homeschool my children. It's because key structures are not in place for you to be able to educate your children, you see. But now we're thrown into this position where they won't be opening up school next year, you know. What happens in the event that society doesn't come together to be able to address our needs in this coming school year? If such is the case, we're going to be the ones who are educating our own children. If that's the case, that's fine. I have created this PowerPoint presentation to put you in position to be able to do it. What you want to do is assess your child's intelligence and learning level according to you. Right now, we're working, a lot of people who have used the public school system have accepted and have given over to the public school system in order to tell us their assessment of our children. However, the children have to walk the path that you have established for them. So with that, you need to assess their learning level and their intelligence for walking the path you're getting ready to establish, or that you have already walked for them to follow. Okay, you may use the assessments from the public school system, but you need to use your own intelligence as well, with priority. Begin to collect resources from basic topics such as reading, writing, science, math, things like that. And then also include topics from your life, such as critical thinking skills, self-defense, historical heroes, gardening, herbalism, food production, health maintenance concepts, law, and African languages. As an African-centered educator, that is a big concept and an overarching concept in my life. And so with that, African languages and African historical concepts, as well as African critical thinking, is vitally important to me. So that's why I included it in this lecture. I just wanted to bring forward this thought that is key. Why is it that we cling so hard to the idea of what we've learned in school? That what we've learned in school should be taught, despite the fact that we have since forgotten much of what we've learned in school. You know, very much we find ourselves finding the educational paradigm for which we have been educated in so key. We want it to be so key. We are holding it so tightly, but many people have been utilizing and creating methods and strategies of self-preservation in their life and how they operate, that we've really forgotten what we learned in our elementary, junior high, and high school years, and exchanged it for the self-preservation methods that we're using to survive now. With such being the case, I need you to reestablish what is necessary for the child that you have bared, the child that you are rearing, in order for their survival based upon what you know. Recreate the educational paradigm, because that educational paradigm that we learned in school did not prepare us for what we have to deal with in this world. Really plain and simple. Use this time to inculcate an African foundation based upon self-sufficiency. So, general resources, these are in general resources to pad out your educational outlook, and it is not educational curriculum. They are not necessarily African centered. They are in general, and you'll find these online resources, links and resources, and they will actually help to create drills and things like this for your child. So we have math drills. They have a very extensive worksheet collection on everything from the foundations of math with addition, subtraction, multiplication, division, fractions, all the way up to geometry and algebra, and I think maybe some calculus, but I'm not sure. Flipped math has geometry, algebra, calculus, and trigonometry, and foundational math. Math is fun. Also has foundational math at all learning levels. Language arts, free worksheets on. You'll find free worksheets on all learning levels at greatschools.org. English, grammar, and also and you'll find that on this YouTube channel that I found. This brother is teaching learn English grammar, and I use it. Reading comprehension, very interesting. Readworks.org. That's a really good one. And then free worksheets. Very important that we have free worksheets. I really wanted to find something that made it very simple and easy for you to fill in where public school has dropped us off or has evicted us. Or it has evicted many people. But also check out languages. This is something that your children can do themselves. Duolingo and Busuu. These are places teach various different languages. Even Kiswahili is on Duolingo, and that's something that is really a good place to start. It's very important for us to tap in. It is very important for us to tap in to our children right now and to help them to navigate. It's very important to tap into our children and help them to navigate this transition because of how society has presented itself. It seemed as if it would continue without disruption, and it has disrupted our children's lives, and in some cases it has changed their path of graduation. It has it took away their ability to experience a graduation. It has changed their whole thing. So we have to help them to understand what we have grown to understand, which is that everything must change. Everything comes to a change, and societies do come to hit a wall, and they do end. And so with that, we have to prepare them for that. We have to prepare them for what is coming, what could possibly be coming. And if in fact they are going to change and not open schools this next school year, we need to be talking to each other to support each other in this change. There are a whole lot of things that are coming up and that are uncertain. When we do not know what they will do, then we need to prepare for what we will do. And we need to make that preparation based upon what the resources, the tools, the talents, the skills, and the ability that we have. We need to draw upon our own strength and our ancestral knowledge in order to move forward. Self-sufficiency was always what was desired for us. And so with that, let's take this opportunity to step forward in that. I am Mama Mawusi Ashakir of the Ashakir Family Nation, and I'm grateful to be included amongst the African Liberation Day speakers, and I'm grateful to have been placed in position by Baba Tunde, and I am, because we are. Many blessings.
My name is Dylan Pritchett, and I'm a storyteller. I live in Newport News, Virginia. There once was a mouse who every night would do the same thing. He'd crawl through the hole, go up into the kitchen, walk around to living rooms, all around looking for some droppings from that day. Well, the farmer had noticed it, and the farmer puts a mouse trap right in the corner, a little piece of cheese. When the mouse came out that night, he was walking around the room and he came to the mouse trap. He said, "There's a mouse trap in the house. I got to go tell somebody." So the mouse went out and he went to where the chickens were. And the chickens were out there packing. And the mouse said, "Hey, there's a mouse trap in the house." The chicken said, "I ain't worried about that. I got to sit out here and sit on these eggs. I got to worry about pecking. I hope they throw some corn out here. That mouse trap, that's your problem." The mouse went, So the mouse kept walking around, and the mouse walked around and saw the pig. He said, hey, pig, there's a mouse trap in the house." The pig went, "I ain't gonna worry about that. That's your problem. I just hope I got enough slop out here. I ain't worrying about that. That mouse trap, that's your problem." The mouse went, Mouse saw the cow, went out to where the cow was grazing, and he said, hey, cow, there's a mouse trap in the house." The cow went, "I ain't worrying about that. That's your problem. They come out here, pull on me every day. That mouse trap, that's your problem." The mouse went, This went on all day long. All day long, the mouse going from animal to animal to animal to animal, telling them, "Hey, there's a mouse trap in the house." And all of the animals said, "That's your problem." Well, one morning, the farmer's wife was sweeping the kitchen, forgot about the mouse trap. And she swept over in the corner, didn't see that mouse trap, and that mouse trap clapped down on her big toe. Heard of something bad? She laid down. The farmer called the doctor. The doctor came in. The doctor said, "It don't look good." And that toe turned green and purple. And then it looked like it was going to fall off. But before the toe got that bad, farmer's wife died. Well, everybody was showing up to the funeral. But they had to get there early, this way in the country. So people showed up real early to that funeral. And the farmer looked around. The farmer said, "Lord, have mercy. All these people in the house, all of them, I got to be hospitable. I got to give them some breakfast or something. But Lord, where am I going to get all this food?" So he looked out. He said, "Go out here and get some of these eggs." So he went up and he lifted that chicken up and he got some eggs. But then he stopped and went, "Chicken. We can have some chicken and waffles. We're going to have some chicken and waffles." So he grabbed all the chickens up and he took them inside and got some boiling water, scalded them, plucked them, and cooked them up. But he said, "Lord, I got to have something else because everybody. And he looked out, there was that pig. He said, "We got to have some bacon." So he went out there and he killed a pig. So them people had bacon, chicken and waffles, and some eggs for breakfast. It was a real sad funeral. Because the farmer's wife, she was a good woman. But after the funeral, you know what they had to do. It was time for the repast. Everybody showed up for the repast at the farmer house. And they sitting there, and the farmer's sitting there, and he looking around. He said, "Lord, there's more people here." He said, "Well, at least I killed a pig, so I got some pork chops and got a ham." He said, "But I ain't gonna feed all these people. And he looked out in the field, and there was the cow. So he went out and he killed the cow. Them people ate hamburgers, steaks, fajitas. They ate everything. And that was it. After they ate, they all went home. And that's the end of the story. You know what the moral of the story is? There's a mouse trap in the house. And what you don't think is your problem is your problem. What this got to do with Kwanzaa? Well, if you got people that don't understand unity, that's your problem. If you got people that don't understand community, that's your problem. If you got people who don't understand what the injustices upon their people are, that today the injustices are just as unjust as in the past, that's your problem. There's a mousetrap in the house. And through the principles, if we learn the principles, if we learn Ujamaa, if we learn Ujamaa, if we learn Nia, we will be able to understand and come together collectively to fight that mousetrap. Because there is a mousetrap in the house.
Bangalapia, ashe, ashe. Bangalapia, ashe, ashe. Bangalapia, ashe, ashe. Bangalapia. This is one of the first rhythms that actually came, and we all had to learn, called Lamba. The family of drums are right here, the way I name them. Not by sound, by what they do. Bass. She holds things together. The bass is the one that kind of like sets the tone of where everybody else goes. Then of course, when you have the mother, you have the father. All right. In this case, we're gonna go right here. So the mother and the father. Now the brother and the father together. All right. They produce the children of the future. And that's over here. So you have the low sound, middle, and the high. So, now we're doing our stuff. When I say June, you say Teen. June. Teen. June. Teen. When I say June, you say Teen. June. Teen. June. Teen. Now you know that message didn't take no 2 years to get out there. That did not happen like that. As soon as the message went out, before the message went out, we were ready. We had already left. But you know we were on both sides. Yes. Some of us was on the north. Now they go. That's marching stuff. And some of us was on the south. But some of us was on the, what we would say, we're out on the outs, living on our own in the swamp and other places, celebrating our own life. A lot of those were called maroons or others. All right, so as this story is told, it all depends on who's telling it. Now, when we tell it from a different point of view. Of course, it's our point of view. Now, the Emancipation Proclamation, what it did is confiscate property from those states that were seceded from the Union, let's put it that way, that were in rebellion against the United States. There were how many states that it didn't affect and they kept their property? How many states? Was it one? Nah. Was it two? Nah. Was it three? Nah. Was it four? Nah. Was it five? And they're all the way in the north. So 5 states, even though the Emancipation Proclamation was issued, didn't affect their property. So they got to keep their land, their cows, their chickens, their house, the furniture, the swing, the crops, everything. Even the people who work there for free. But in the southern states, that did not happen because the Emancipation Proclamation document confiscated the property. But it could not confiscate property without the federal troops going on the land and doing it. That's right. Good, right. All right. That's right. Now, the property could only be confiscated with federal troops set foot on the land for the property, thereby invoking the order. But the people who knew they were coming and knew whose property it was, they said it was theirs, put up a resistance because the war was still going on. So it kept fighting in order for Union troops to confiscate the property and do whatever they were going to do with the property. The Union troops had to be on the land. That's why it took so long to get to Texas because the Union Army had to fight its way there. Now I want to make a point. Most of us were gone. Uh-huh. All right. Now, once the Union Army got on the property, they invoked the order. They seized the land, seized the house, seized the cow, seized the chicken, seized everything. And the people. But they knew what to do with the land, kept it. Knew what to do with the house, kept it. Knew what to do with the other things, kept it. But they really were kind of stuck on what to do with the people. So they him hard around. And made all kinds of stuff. But remember, they were not accepted into the Union Army. With come on, let's join us. The way it sounds like it is right now.
Hey Doc, can you turn your camera landscape?
What happened is most of the people took off. They took off and went and gathered their family up. Because the government or the Union Army didn't have any idea of what to do with the people.
Oh, that's better. Hold on. Let me.
No, they had a plan, but they wasn't revealing it yet. So, as we move forward, we have to understand
That's dope.
that a lot of the things that happened, we did. Of course, we didn't get credit for what we did. We get credit for what other people do for us. Ashe? Ashe? Uh-huh.
Ashe.
But we did a lot for ourselves. All right? So the Juneteenth thing now that you're talking about, the South has been celebrating for years. They've been celebrating for years. Most of the folks in the North didn't have to celebrate. Because that proclamation didn't affect them. They got to keep their property people. Not until the 13th and the 14th Amendment or whatever did the country say that they were whatever. But the people knew that they were always free. Because they belong to their creator. And who is that? Well, we'll have to talk about that later. And if you have any questions, just contact Brother Hatim, and we can talk about it. But some of y'all might be saying, what are you talking about? And well, other thing, this war wasn't fought to free the people. No, that's not what it was about. This is my opinion, my research. Something else that was going on. I want to welcome y'all to Digi Fest. Now, the big drum talks to the east. That's the mother. The other drum talks to the south. The other drum, it talks from the north. And all the drums talks to the west when the sun goes out. say June, you say G. June. June. When I say June, you say G. June. You did it right, sister. Yeah. Yeah. All right. How we doing? Now, some of y'all may know this rhythm.
Kabaragani, Bombskin & Co. is the true definition of self-care, self-love, and repeat. We are what we create in this life. Bombskin & Co. chooses to create something innovative and unforgettable. Check out our website for more information.
Spirit Over Flesh LLC is a wellness-based business where we heal through words. I'm Tiandra. I'm the founding servant leader. It is a Black-owned, woman-owned business that was founded in Ohio, but that can serve the world. Through virtual sessions, either by phone or video conference, we have a conversation. We always start with a 15-minute consult where we just make sure that I learn a little bit about you, you learn some about me, and then we schedule some time to be intentional about your wellness journey. During the time, it's about education and empowerment. You are your own best doctor from within. So I'm literally someone who is just intentional in the space and drawing questions out of you to get you further on your wellness journey. Sessions are typically starting at $80, but if you mention Kwanzaa 2020, we're gonna go ahead and take 20% off. It's about getting you well so that we can be well, right? Kujichagulia and Ujima, collective responsibility. So grateful for the opportunity to support you in your wellness journey. If you're interested, go to my website, spiritoverfleshllc.com. There's a button that says Let's Connect. Fill out the form and I'll get right back to you. Again, that's spiritoverfleshllc.com. I look forward to supporting you in your wellness journey and healing through words.
you heading out of town or have a special occasion? What about birthdays, anniversaries, or reunions? Get the best deals and inexpensive rental car rates, midsize sedans, compact cars, and more. We have a variety of fleet vehicles to accommodate any and all of your rental car needs. Make a reservation today at your local budget rental car on Hamilton Road in Whitehall. Call 614-863-7500.
Happy Kwanzaa. I'm Carla, and my sister Karen and I own Two Natural Sisters. We've been in business for 5 years, and we sell a line of natural bath, body, and candle products. Let's take a look. Follow us on social media, Facebook and Instagram, at Two Natural Sisters. All items that are in stock will be shipped within 24 to 48 hours. As a promotional item, we offer a CD of Black romantic poetry of self-love and coupled love, and 50% discount on Sister Locks, Brother Locks by consultant Sapphire Donetta Mahadi. If you have any questions, you can reach us at customercare@twonaturalsisters.com. Enjoy and happy Kwanzaa.
What's going on? My name is Doe. I am the owner and creator of Madeline Gin. Madeline Gin is best described as a celebratory art experience that exudes hella blackness. Initially, the company was founded to provide a luxurious but affordable art experience, and has since transformed itself into something a bit more spiritual. By walking in what I believe to be my truth, I've been able to get in contact with my ancestors and use my platform and my art, my gift, to tell their untold stories. I do that by using different textures, by utilizing different mediums, colors, and just making things pop out so that it's open for interpretation. I love creating, and I can't wait to be of service to you. Thank you.
I am a genius. My ancestors were geniuses. My ancestors have made me a genius in all that I think, say, and do. I must declare myself a genius. I am a genius. Whenever I am myself, I practice my geniusness and do great things. All my thoughts, choices, and deeds must express my geniusness.
I am a genius. My decisions must always be in the best interest of myself, my family, my people, and my God. Only then will I and everyone I know that I am a genius.
I am a genius. At all times, my geniusness must reflect my culture. My geniusness must serve my God. My geniusness must make me be one in love and harmony with my family. My geniusness must protect my people. Yes, at all times I must demonstrate excellence because I am a genius.
The Purpose Driven Society is a Black-owned, woman-owned business local to Columbus who creates accessories that have intentional messaging. Our specialty are buttons. Buttons can be worn anywhere, on a shirt, on a book bag, on a hat. The beautiful thing about buttons is that you can change them and switch it up depending on your mood or the day. For Election Day, we wore a very intentional button. On my book bag, my student's book bag, it says, "You are already intelligent, educate yourself." Buttons are empowering with the messages that we create. Again, we do them very intentionally. At the Purpose Driven Society, we're minding our Black-owned business and hope that you'll help mind ours too by doing business with us. Our buttons go for $3 for one, $5 for two, $7 for three. But if you mention Kwanzaa 2020, We're doing a special where you'll get an assortment of buttons for just $20, and we'll ship anywhere in the country. So again, that's the Purpose Driven Society. We can be reached at thepurposedrivensociety@outlook.com. Send us an email, and we will put together a very intentional bag of buttons for you and ship it straight to your home. Happy Kwanzaa. Thanks for doing business with us.
Bargani, Hotep, it's Elder Alona. We are going to invite our ancestors in by pouring libations. And that creative energy, the creative power that we are all a part of, we invite that creator in and we'll say, Ashe.
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 Bargani, this is Elder Greg. We always want to back to the beginnings of our people. When we look at ancient Kemet, those people responsible for creating the pyramids, for astrology, for mathematics, all those things. When we look at folk like Imhotep, Akhenaten, Queen Nzinga, all of those folks, and we pour to them by saying,
Ashe. Then there are those ancestors that ended up in the Indian Ocean, the Atlantic Ocean, who didn't make it to these shores. We ask their energy to be with us and we pour to them and we'll say, Ashe.
Ashe. And always for those who made that great strange voyage, the Middle Passage, and made it here, responsible to be here today, we want to pour and say, Ashe.
Ashe. Those ancestors that we know by name, such as Bookman, such as Harriet Tubman, Arminta, such as Sojourner Truth, and Frederick Douglass, all of those ancestors who fought and died for us, we pour to them and we'll say, Ashe.
Ashe. We want to make sure that we always remember our personal ancestors, those folks who are near and dear to us by blood and by kin. My grandmother, Alice Arnold, my father, Arthur Arnold, my mother, Helena Arnold, my mother-in-law, Hattie Reed, my father-in-law, Charles Reed, all of those ancestors. We say, Ashe.
Ashe. Everything we do is for our eternity. Our eternity is our children. Our children is our eternity. We pour to the Watoto, our children, and we'll say, Ashe.
Ashe. For the four directions, the north, south, east, and west, we say, Ashe.
Ashe. And finally, we pour to ourselves, to African people, carrying on African traditions. We pour to ourselves and we'll say, Ashe, Ashe, Ashe. Asante Sana, Habarigani.
Asante Sana.
Habarigani, Imani. I felt your Imani faith in my heart, all the way from Cleveland, Youngstown, Cincinnati, Dayton, Toledo, Akron, Columbus, across the state of Ohio, across the United States, around the world. My name is Emily E. Bailey, and I am honored to be your host tonight. Asante Sana. Thank you, Tawi Family Village and GNJ Media for hosting this year's virtual Kwanzaa celebration. Will you please stand and join us in singing our Black National Anthem?
Moore. Some of you may know me from 1580 WVKO. Others may know me as a Columbus City School teacher for over 30 years, where I taught at Whetstone High School, Eastmore High School, North High School, and I started at Walnut Ridge. But Educators Got Talent, Emily Bailey, she called me and asked me if I would be willing to sing the Negro National Anthem. And of course, I'm honored to do anything that those awesome ladies ask me to do. For all of you and for Educators Got Talent, here's the Negro National Anthem. Lift every voice and sing till earth and heaven ring, ring with the harmonies of liberty. Let our rejoicing rise high as the listening sky. Let it resound loud as the rolling sea. Sing a song full of the faith that the dark past has taught us. Sing a song full of the hope that the present has brought us. Facing the rising sun of our new day begun. Let us march on till victory is won. Stony the road we trod, bitter the chastening rod, felt in the day that hope unborn had died, yet with a steady beat have not our weary feet come to the place on which our Father sighed. We have come over a way that the tears have been watered. We have come treading our path through the blood of the slaughtered. Out of the gloomy past till now we stand at last where the white gleam of our star is cast. God of our weary years, God of our silent tears, thou who hast brought us safe this far on the way, thou who hast by thy might led us unto the light. Keep us forever in the path, we pray. Lest our feet stray from the places, our God, where we met thee. Lest our hearts, drunk with the wine of the world, we forget thee. Shadowed beneath the hand, may we forever stand. True to our God, true to our native land. God bless you.
Thank you for singing our Black National Anthem, Lift Every Voice and Sing. Please continue standing as Tyree Family Village presents the principle of the day. This will be followed by a Kwanzaa poem. Jumbo, today is a blessing because this is an opportunity to introduce myself to you. I am Elder Emily E. Bailey, a newly admitted elder in the Tawi family village. I am honored. El Nawah Akabin is unique to our initiate group. We are composed of elders, nation builders, and warriors. Akabin is symbolic because all ages, skills, talents, and wisdom is united as we readily prepare to heed to the call to action. This initiation revived my thirst for knowledge in regards to African ancestry and the need for me to continue to study so that I can help lead the next generations. My gift to the village is my gift of serving and uniting people, children, young, old, mothers, fathers, all that are in the community as one so that we can join together and make a difference. Ashe, ashe, ashe. Imani, that is the principle of the day. Imani means faith. And when I think of faith, I think of Mary McLeod Bethune. With $1.50, she had faith that she could start a school, and she did. And that school has become Bethune-Cookman University. And she says in her legacy, faith. Without faith, we can do nothing. With faith, anything and everything is possible.
Just like magic. drum.
Bless it. Okay, now give it, let me do the rig.
You do it. You continue.
Imani. Stay on it. Go wait there. Don't be patient. Be patient.
Include your snip.
This is tradition. The black candle. We're looking forward to our unity with the unity cup and the seeds that will bring forth our new understanding. We're working together, umoja. But just like Karanga and them say, tradition comes with reason, and sometimes reason comes in another form. So the black light is here. Ashe.
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 Oh, ladi bo mansia, lin Kelly, oh, ladi da. Simbo mansia, eh, ladi da. Oh, ladi bo mansia, lin Kelly, oh, ladi da. Simbo mansia, eh. The four Canaras are representing the four corners of Ohio, along with the four containers, and the big Canara is representing the umoja, the unity of us all coming together, and like they say, speaking with one voice. Thank you.
You may be seated if you're not already. The principle of the day is Imani, faith. To believe with our hearts in our people, our teachers, our leaders, and the righteousness and victory of our struggle. I'd like to read an excerpt from the I Have a Dream speech. where Martin Luther King, Dr. King, talks about faith. This is the faith that I go back to the South with. With this faith, we will be able to hew out mountains of despair, a stone of hope. With this faith, we will be able to transform the jangling discord of our nation into a beautiful symphony of brotherhood. With this faith, we will be able to work together, to pray together, to struggle together, to go to jail together, to stand out for freedom together, knowing that we will be free one day. Please visit the Kwanzaa vendors that can be found on the Kwanzaa vendor tab on the gnj.media homepage. Buy from our vendors and support Black businesses. Ujamaa. At each Kwanzaa celebration, Tawi Family Village awards community members. Awards are acknowledged for their outstanding service and leadership in the Black community. Now, we will introduce the 2020 Imani Award winner.
All right, family. I didn't even know that I got an award. I want to accept it humbly. I have been on quarantine. I'm just not able to come off, so I don't have my beautiful award with me. But I want to thank the Tawi Family Village for considering me. In the background, we're right now planning for Kwanzaa, so by the time y'all see this, we almost done. And I want to thank every last one of you for participating with us and spending some time with us. But I would encourage everybody to sign up for gnj.media, go to gnj.media so that we can start building our own platform. And family, I honestly believe that this is going to be our century. From this point on, all we got to do is claim it and start working together. As y'all here, we're planning for y'all, but this is something that I'm going through every day. Every day I'm thinking about and talking about how I'm going to be able to help my people. Every day I'm getting up and I'm toasting our ancestors. And I'm not just doing that for me, I'm doing it for all of us. So I want to thank y'all once again for this award, and I'm going to continue practicing faith and moving forward and doing what we do here in Giami. In Giami, we say, make it happen. So I have no choice. Peace.
Congratulations, Hatim. You do a lot for the community, and we're proud of it. Thank you. It is time for our community education segment. Tonight, it will be led by Dr. Greg Carr.
All right, family, we want to welcome you. It is Kwanzaa. It is Kwanzaa, and we are so blessed that you have chosen to take some time and sit down with us. And we are blessed right now to be sitting in a digital room. I wish I was closer to my brother, but we're sitting in a digital room with my brother, Dr. Greg Kamati Carr, Professor Dr. Greg Kamati Carr. Met him at Ohio State. And the brother has always impressed me.
Well, that feeling is mutual, brother. We go all the way back.
way back
back to the day, baby.
And the principle for the day is Imani. And let me go and put up our thing so that the family can see. Our idea is charting legacy and Imani. And I know it's kind of, Lord have mercy. Let me take that down. I spelled Imani wrong. I made it through college.
It was a phonetic.
Right.
We weren't. we were building, brother. That's all right. We know.
But speaking, so now what role? I mean, and it's kind of a crazy question, but what role does faith play in the development of history and in our story as a people?
Oh well, Baba, that's well. First of all, thank you for the invitation home to Columbus and to Ohio, and of course digitally now the world is part of this conversation. But thank you for allowing me, even as this plague has made this possible, or at least made everybody now participate physically separate from each other. Thank you for allowing me to continue to join the family, but to do it very directly with this. Y'all mean so much to me. If it weren't, for you, if it weren't for the family, if it wasn't for the African Center, if it wasn't for Tawi, we wouldn't be trying to do the work that we're trying to do here in the same way. We wouldn't be. I'm sure we'd be working somewhere, but that really is in many ways a cradle, the cradle for so many of us where you're sitting. So thank you. And I think that really kind of undergirds the concept of Imani, the work that you're doing, because that work speaks to making real, making tangible, making something come into existence that before then was a hope, was a vision. And earlier in the week, when Baba Mariba Kelsey, he and Mama Nandi, his partner, and the Kelsey family, being at the center of those families and communities that had a vision and made it manifest. And here we are, part of that generation that came into the space that they had a vision for and then began to build, that we all joined our hands in. And here you are, having fathered as part of a community of fathers and mothers in that generation, another 2 generations of people. And that's really faith. I mean, the technical not the technical definition, the literal definition, at least as we take it from the organization US, which in 1966 brings Kwanzaa as we practice it into existence as an act of faith. And we talk about Imani being to believe with all our hearts in our people, our parents, our teachers, our leaders, and the righteousness and victory of our struggle. That's something you got to see before you achieve it. And I think that connects to our history, our memory more broadly. As Marcus Garvey would say, and the Universal Negro Improvement Association and African Communities League of the World, what people have done, what Africans have done, Africans can do. Word. So, I'm as big a fan of Afrofuturism as anybody. And now folks are being introduced into Lovecraft country, and they hearing Sun Ra for the first time. They all, this is great, and they traveling through worlds. Okay, everybody slow down. Oh, that's great. Wakanda is great. All that stuff is great. Understand that you gave the world all of the learning arts. You gave the world all of the foundation for everything we're doing now intellectually, everything we're doing now culturally, even the mistakes Africans made first. So you don't have to make up a world that never existed before you first ground yourself in the world that came into existence as a practice of your faith in yourself, your family, those who taught you, those who you promoted to lead you, and ultimately in the rightness of our struggle. So, and we can talk about legacy too in a minute, but yes, that's, I mean,
brother, I wanted to approach it from a slightly different perspective, but I want you to draw the nexus. I want you to think of noon.
Mm-hmm.
and the perfect symmetry therein.
Mm-hmm.
And then there was breaking of that symmetry
Hmm.
so that we have what we have today. I want you to make that connection between faith, as our ancestors saw it through this coming into being, as it were, to the practical application of what all you described. So in other words, to summarize, draw the connection between how our ancestors saw things into being and how we, using those same ideas, bring things into being in our own lives.
Well, Brother Kwame, and thank you, brother. Before we went live, we were talking about, some of our roots, which probably cross streams somewhere there in the Middle South. It's good to see you, brother. It is. Well, you put the heaviest question of all, I think, injecting into the conversation. The question of time and space, of orientation.
We're gonna hit that one. Time and space. I'm sorry.
No, that's what we're doing. We having a conversation, and that's the thing, right? We're human beings, which means we exist in time and space. We're part of this great cosmic existence, this boundless, limitless, directionless existence that we are in. But as Jacob Carruthers kind of began to develop in Chicago with the study group, the think tank that we know continues to exist to today. I'm a proud extended family member of it. The Kemetic Institute, one of the sister study group / think tank organizations to the African Center in the Association for the Study of Classical African Civilizations. That's when I became aware of the Kemetic Institute. In fact, was through sitting there in East Columbus on Livingston with the family in the circle, reading Jacob Carruthers, watching Jacob Carruthers on videos. And then for the Midwest region of ASCAC, one November, we traveled from Columbus to Cincinnati, and I got a chance to sit with Jacob Carruthers, and that began a long relationship, very close relationship. I consider Jacob Carruthers a father of mine, and until he made transition physically in 2004. 1998, he was on my dissertation committee. So Carruthers, in conversation with that family in the African Center, including some Ohioans, folks with Ohio roots, like the great Kwaku Larry Crow from Dayton. And brothers from Dayton used to drive up to the African Center on Friday nights. They come from Dayton with books and stuff we couldn't get, head back to Dayton. Larry, one of them cats, he spent a lot of years in Chicago. He's a KI member. But Carruthers published a series of lectures that he gave and conversations he had in the Kemetic Institute in 1984. And the book is called Essays in Ancient Egyptian Studies. And he talks about questions of orientation and time and space. And Kwame, he starts with, very near the beginning of these lectures of this small book, questions of orientation in time and space. How do we as human beings perceive ourselves as part of this larger, limitless, directionless existence? Existence is too vast and expanding for us to be able to grasp, although we are literally part of it. And so even the idea that we would say that it's directionless and it's constantly expanding, and then of course a child would say, in a moment of alchemy almost, like, well, if it's expanding, what is it expanding into?
That's right.
which only confirms that we can't even perceive it for our little part in it, because even the language we use fails, because whatever it's expanding into already existed, which brings us to the noon. The noon is, period. Even the verb, because if we add anything past is, it begins to shrink time and space. The noon is part of, no, just put the period after is. The noon is. You know what I'm saying? So, because if you say anything past is, we've already begun. I like the way Howard Thurman, theologian, used to say it. I mean, people call Howard Thurman a mystic, and I understand why. They just need to leave Howard Thurman alone. Howard Thurman, born in Jacksonville, Florida, he grew up Christian, but by the time he made physical transition, or better yet, return to the source, as if he ever left the source, how do we even define life? Oh, we passed. No, maybe not. Maybe the arrangement of our atoms changed, but did we really change? So, but we're in something that is. But what Thurman said was, what we call religion. Thurman said, existence exists, and so we exist in existence. But then we try to understand existence, and it's too big. So anytime we try to describe existence, existence continues to exist. And so what we do is try to draw a bead on something we can observe and use that to hold on to and create a handle that we can move ourselves around in existence. He says all religion is. The stories, we're just trying to draw a bead on something and make it into a handle. Is it Olodumare? Is it Nyame? Is it Amun? Is it Jesus? What? I need a handle, man. I can't. It's too big. So Thurman is describing our attempts to describe the indescribable, because as part of it, we exist too. And then Thurman drops the hammer. He says, meanwhile, existence continues to exist. It keeps existing. It keeps moving, even as we're trying to handle. So I said all that to say that we're the first humans on the planet. We're the first to look like what we look like in terms of living beings, to occupy this little spinning speck in this limitless ocean of existence. And so we have been at the process of attempting to put labels on what's happening longer than anyone on the planet, with all due respect to everybody else who are our children. So it's I'm a Christian, I'm a Muslim, I'm a Jew. Okay, that's fine. These are very, 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 very recent lessons that our children have drawn from to try to continue to express. And that's fine. Children always do that, right? But don't start there. So when you said the noon, somebody said, what's the noon? Okay, we could use the 26 character alphabet, which is only a system of markings trying to evoke sounds that we've put to word to try to reduce reality to something we can express. So yeah, we would spell that perhaps N-U-N or N-W-N, so we can sound out noon, as you say. And then the Egyptians, the symbols out of which that is drawn are, the noon is a concept like it's almost the concept of movement, but movement as reduced to our perception, almost like water, because water symbolizes movement. Air symbolizes movement too, but we can see water. We can't see air. So even one of the Egyptian words for what might be translated as God or deity, or I'll say God as such, but nature, right? The word nature, the symbol for it is a staff, a stick with a flag on it, and the flag is straight out. But that's not really. It's the symbol for God, but a symbol for God, for divinity, but it is gesturing towards something we can't see. The reason that flag is straight out is because the wind is blowing through it. So what it's really communicating is the thing we exist in, we can't see. So you're looking at the flag, but there's something making that flag go that way. And that's the thing you can't see. So we can't see air. So they made noon in part water. We can see water, and water, like air, is always moving. So the noon symbolizes in some ways movement, the ungent, ceaseless, directionless movement. Carruthers writes about this in his book 1995 called Medu Neter, where he's writing about this. These are the founding principles. The Egyptians say, let's try to find reality. So, I went all the way around the barn, Kwame, to get to this point. The Egyptians say, out of the noon, out of the primeval waters, emerges the firmament, emerges the thing that we walk on. And then, of course, out of the thing we walk on, we emerge. having everything comes out of the water, everything tangible, all this stuff comes out of the water. Well, that sounds familiar. Yeah, because our children's children eventually took that story, put it in first through the Hebrew, Jewish, then through the Christian, the first book in the book that they made after they wanted to make something for themselves. Okay, fine, the Bible. You know what I'm saying? But there's something that precedes the darkness, which is another principle.
That's right.
You know what I'm saying? The darkness is, all these are just basic principles. Things move, directionless movement. Everything is dark. Universal darkness. Really? Yeah. So what? So as we came out of that? Yes. Why? Because the noon be, meaning what? Everything that exists existed. It exists. When did it start? Don't stop trying to reduce this to it exists. You know what I'm saying? Well, if it's all dark, how come I can see you? Because at a certain moment, it manifested itself into another manifestation of things that always existed. What? Yes. And so in the Christian Bible, in the Hebrew Torah, it say in the beginning, you know, darkness moved on the face of the deep. Okay, y'all can tell the story any kind of you want, but in the beginning was the word. What is the word? The word is another thing that always exists. That animation that allows you to transform something from something you can't see to something you can. So the word is speech. It is speech that injects another principle. What? This energy. So you got this movement, you got this darkness, and then there's speech. What does speech do? Speech makes it manifest into a way you can perceive it. Now, before speech, the Egyptians have many words for this thing that you can't see, the hidden thing you can't see, hidden to our perception. One of the words that probably is the word that comes to us in 2020 from the beginning, from the Egyptian concept, is Amen. We say Amen, or in Arabic, Amin, but the Egyptians, we might sound that as Amun. And as they say in the Kemetic Institute, we say in ASCAC, is it African Center? We say, you know, at the end of a ritual, we might say it is Amun, which is translated roughly as the hidden one, the unseen one. So it is Amun, who, although hidden, is the source of all life, power, and health. In other words, you can't see it, but this animating function, which is speech, allows you to see it come into existence. Why? So before it existed in a way we could see, it always existed. Speech allows it to come into a perceptibility for us. And what is speech? One of the Egyptian words, medu. What is speech? Speech is the moment when you came into existence out of the thing that always existed. You came in the form that we perceive right now. So in many ways, you know, Greg, you know, Kimathi, Hatem, Kwame, we're all speeches. We are the speeches of our parents. So Papa James Small always say, you are your ancestors. Meaning what? You didn't make yourself. Your parents combined and spoke you. Your father spoke you into your mother's womb, and then your mother spoke you into existence through her womb. We didn't do it. Now, you know, your children are your speech. You and your partner spoke them into existence. And speech continues from the first speech. And that's where the Egyptians would say something like the septepi, or the first occasion. If you're looking for a first, don't look from the beginning of everything that exists. Look from when you came into existence and then go back if you must orient yourself in time and space. This is why Carruthers in Essays in Ancient Egyptian Studies keeps talking about questions of orientation in time and space. We be looking back first instead of starting with us.
Right.
So we have to find that practical application of that.
That is the first practical application. What you all doing right now, everybody watching, everybody, Tawi, Village, African Center, the connections start with, how's the family? Check on your family during COVID, right? How your mom know? How your grandma know? Oh man, somebody passed. We gotta get together for the ritual. We can't all physically be together. Somebody send the link. Let's do the ritual. We all watch. It's very practical. Why? Because your family is the beginning. This is the act of faith. Don't start with the great kings and queens. Between them and you is your mom and them. Did everybody eat today? You know what I'm saying? You're looking for God. Go find them people out there who had nothing to eat. And who's stopping them?
That's right.
You know, who's stopping them from eating that? Go bang on them. You see that cracker over there? Donald John Trump, you piece of shit. Excuse my French. I know some children watching.
I ain't never heard you curse, Brian. Wow.
Nah, brother, because that man elicits cursing. But I'm gonna tell you who else. I ain't mad at him because he is an errant child who is the son of another series of errant children who go back to when we made the mistake of walking up into that ice and getting trapped in that ice age, and we had to adapt to it. This is the whole branch of the human family called the Europeans. We can't blame them. But no, but because we did what we needed to do to survive. They came from us, and they contributed some important things. And everybody ain't. I'm not talking about good and evil are too small labels to try to apply to human beings. But neither can you be allowed to continue to tear up the house.
Right.
How the parents gonna let the child tear up the house?
That's
so
right.
I'm not mad at Donald Trump. He's doing the best he can out of the errant culture he was from his psychopath father to his mother who looked the wrong way, to the siblings that let him run around like that, to his oldest brother who drunk himself to death and be an airplane pilot. I don't want to run the family business. Your whole thing is jacked up. Your niece Mary told about it in her book, right? So in other words, we all know you crazy, but we all know why. Because your family was jacked up. So in other words, this thing. So I ain't mad at him. Who I do have some issue with is the members of our family.
Okay.
Who would say, I'm not going to vote. They're all the same. This lady right here getting ready to get evicted from her house because of him and his friends. I don't like Joe Biden or Kamala Harris any more than I do any of the rest of them. But please understand that very practically, you are going to have a place to stay January 1st. That family may not have a place to stay, and it may have something to do with who's sitting in there giving out the money that you paid in taxes that they holding hostage. So don't ever say voting don't matter. Be practical and tactical when you're applying, unless you just have faith that Garvey and them coming back today, or Jesus or somebody. And even then, that's based on bad information. So we connect in memory and experience to faith. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
Go with it.
You know what I'm saying? But let me tie it up because you asked, man, and we know the theme is legacy, right? Charting a legacy.
Charting a legacy.
So the noon, out of the noon comes everything we can perceive, which already existed before we could perceive it, but the act of speech brings it into existence. So the Christians would say it was the word, and so God created the light, and let there be light. And light came. He separated the firmament from the water. Okay, that's all stories. It's all metaphors for this process. Once we can perceive ourselves in time and space, we then spend our lives trying to be in tune with the existence. We can't change existence. We exist in it. Existence exists. So whether it be, these are principles of those of our children who migrated, who became the Asians, and among the Asians, the Chinese, the Koreans. I mean, so if you look at Chinese philosophy, your Korean ways of knowing, Confucianism, Buddhism, it all comes back to being able to perceive. Let's just sit in it, meditate, be in tune. Why? Because this is okay. Even the flawed perceptions, the so-called faith-based religions, Christianity and Islam, for example. Well, when you die, you want to go to paradise. Okay, Muslims, when you die, you want to go to heaven. Okay, Christians, what is that? That is a return to the thing that always existed. Okay, so then the question becomes, well, what do I have to do to get there? The Africans would say, you don't have to do anything but be. You're going back anyway. Now, while you're here, you want to mirror the thing that exists. That's right. But in some of the faith traditions, they would say, you ain't guaranteed to go back in the way that you want to go back. So there's certain things you got to do. But what they really are is crude attempts to say the same thing, except now they want to put a punitive dimension on it.
Right. And something they can control you with.
Right.
A control mechanism. So
that's right. That's right.
Looking at it historically, is the idea of faith different now than it was for us in the past? Because it's like, because you hit on some big concepts, and because I want to look at faith the idea of faith historically, because are we talking about the same thing that our ancestors was dealing with? And then also, man,
Brother Hatim, contextualize your notion of the past, because
right. I mean,
it's fluid. It's fluid, brother.
That's right, Brother Kwame.
Let's go back to. We could go back to the plantation days. If you know what I'm saying, we could go back
to the recent past.
To the recent past,
yes.
We go back to the ancient past.
Right.
Is the idea of faith, has it been consistent? Is it something, because is it something we missing?
Yes. Yes. And what we're missing is, what we're missing very practically, speak to Brother Kwame's very important interjection of that term. What we're missing very practically is conscious knowledge of what we have learned up to now.
Ooh.
That's where memory comes in. So what we're missing very, very practically, we don't remember either because we've forgotten or we were never taught or something interrupted the process of teaching and learning the lessons of our parents, grandparents, great-grandparents, in what Carruthers might call the intergenerational transmission of wisdom. Jacob Carruthers, like Mariba Kelsey, two men, I just use those two men as example. I can think of many more, but these are two men whose work ethic, I got to observe up close. You could set your watch by them. You knew what to expect from them. You still know what to expect from Baba Mariba. He's going, the patience, the punctuality, the execution of plans, the commitment to fulfill what he said he's going to do. Jay Carruthers' case, the same thing. When I would stay with him in Chicago, Baba Jetty, as we call him, he'd go to bed 10, 11 o'clock at night, late, he's in bed. Why? Because 4 a.m. in the morning, he's up reading, writing, thinking, doing what he's got to do. Why? That's his family. His father was a minister, but his grandfather was a farmer, and his great-grandfather was a farmer, and his great-grandfather, he started going to a little West Texas town that they started. You know what I'm saying? I did the lesson I was taught. I just applied it to my craft. Go ahead, Bob.
Because you got to clear up for some of the young people that's born up north. You use a term that they might not understand. You said 4 day. Could you please explain to the young people?
Right. Before the sun came up. Before the sun comes up, right? Right. No question. 4 day in the morning. Before day. Right. 4 day. Actually, I'm glad. I'm glad you said that, Baba Hatim. Why? Because even that is a human attempt to narrate reality. The sun doesn't move.
It sure don't.
The earth moves around the sun. Right. So what we experience as sunrise is in fact the earth rotating. So, the earth goes around the sun, it goes around its cycle, it's spinning while it's doing that. Here we are in the moment of Kwanzaa, the day of Imani, which is marking slowly the return of the earth in terms of proximity to the sun. We just passed the solstice.
Right.
But all these are astronomical phenomena that we then attempt to narrate so that we can perceive it. So our attempt to narrate astronomical phenomena, the thing that exists, the stories we tell, we categorize that as astronomy. As astrology.
Mm-hmm.
So astronomy is trying to perceive what's going on out there beyond this ball we're on. Astrology is the attempt to narrate it into something we can understand. Logos, you know what I mean? Right. We just trying to, so we say, oh, you're Sagittarius, all Pisces, all them two don't mix. The stars are all Mercury is in retrograde. Okay, these are just all stories attempting to narrate our being in this larger thing. So sunrise, sunset, when we do things, there are rituals, and we could talk about the much larger things, whether it be architecture, mathematics. Sachet, for example, in ancient Egypt, the female principal that is depicted as a sister in a leopard skin dress, who is known as the lady of the library, the lady who records, the creator of everything that can be counted and measured. Whenever they built a temple, what they would do, they had a ritual called stretching the cord. You see her on one side, you see the architect on the other side, and in between there's a cord that they're going to stretch. That is symbolic of, we're looking at the stars for how we're going to build this thing. We're looking at the alignment. Okay, let's put this temple on the ground like this constellation here. So let's stretch this cord, get it, and now we mark. So the phrase, as above, so below. So you look at the pyramids, you look at the temples, they're all based in orientation on these constellations. So that's the broad concept. But now, bringing it back to the practical, is about what Kwame said, and the question you raised, the observation you raised, by Hatem, did we missing something? Are we missing something? Are we doing the same thing? Those lessons that informed how we did the sciences continue to inform how we do the sciences, even if we don't know it. And then the very practical application of how to be in rhythm with the universe, with the cosmos, a very practical application is the sun will come up, or the earth will rotate so that the sun appears. We express that as the sun coming up. And at least in many of our traditions, African traditions that predate those boats coming, and that continue once the boats get here because we're forced to labor, and then continue after the moment we fought our way out of enslavement in the practices of our ancestors, which come down to this very generation. It came down to a man like Jacob Carruthers was, son, you be out of the bed before that sun comes up. Why? Because you must rise before the sun. Why? Because you get prepared for the day, and then the sun comes, and when the sun is up, you work. So here's the thing: why do you come before? What are some of the reasons you come before you get up before the sun? That's the moment you can center yourself. So the Buddhists or our Native American kin might say, we must center ourselves, we must meditate, we must reflect. Okay, that's why your mom and them, that's why your daddy said, don't get out the bed before the sun come up. Why? Because you coming. It's almost like Baba Kwame, you're in the noon, and then here come Ra, here come the sun. Okay, I emerged out of the noon, and everybody. Toni Morrison, the writer, used to say this: she get up before the sun come up, make herself some tea, sit down with her pad, and start writing. She said, how I wrote, and I did it in part because I had little children, and I had sons. My sons, I had to get up before them. But what I found is I was very effective as I wrote my way into the day. So when you read Toni Morrison, you're reading much of that language is coming like the noon, out of the darkness into the light, morning by morning by morning. That's a very so people say, well, how do I get my life differently? Go to bed, go to sleep, and then get up before the sun come up, and everybody start moving, and just sit there and think about it, and see if your life don't get better.
And the power of what you just described, Baba, is that, is that not Imani?
That is Imani.
I rise up, and I know personally.
Come on, brother.
I didn't know if you knew, but my background's in math.
Oh, and well, you know exactly what we're talking about. Tell us about that, brother. Man.
Oh my gosh. So I get up in the morning, right? And I do my reflection and do my libation. And even while I'm doing that, all these ideas begin to flood me, man. It is a flooding of ideas, man, that come over me. And I'm thinking of different ways of, how to present different things that, I tutor in math. And I'm thinking of, these young brothers and sisters that Hatem and I and the rest of our Jinyame crew work with.
Yes.
How to introduce some of these ideas to them, at a very practical level, so that they can see this stuff in action. Yes. And man,
that's it. No, Baba Kwame, you just gave us the practical description of emerging from the noon every day. That's when you're most creative. You just came out of the fertility. And that's why it's important to capture those ideas. Man, so everybody listening, how do I make this apply? You just heard it. Be quiet. Get up early. Come into it. Come into existence. And Baba Hatem, this is the legacy. Talk about that theme. The word legacy. The word legacy coming out of the Middle English. Its origins, its etymology coming through the Latin. legacy, legatia, out of the Latin. So it's a Romance language base out of the language of Rome, right? Latin. But legacy speaks to that connection. So a legatee, right? It's like a legatee is someone who either through having earned it or through having been born into it has the dignity of being an emissary of the previous generations. Ooh. So the first times you see it applied in the European context is in connection with the church. So you are part of a papal legatee, the Pope. You've been sent as a legatee of the Pope. And who is the Pope? The Pope is the legatee of the church, which means the legatee of Christ, which means, in other words, when you see the Pope is connected. I'm the representative of Jesus. Remember the cat that was crucified? I'm the legatee. In other words, I've been assigned to extend this thing that came from the ancestor that we value most of all. And so whatever I do is to be a message from, or the business committed to being a delegate or a deputy of that original. So when people say leave a legacy, okay, people say I'm gonna create a legacy. Well, it's hard to create a legacy. Meaning you're gonna do something that wasn't done before? Okay, well, then sometimes people do that, but they do something original, but they're coming from somewhere else. And it isn't just individuals, it could be a body of people. Jinyame, Tawi, African Center, ASCAP. Who are we? We are a body of people who are on a mission. We're recovering memory, adapting it to what we need to do now, and then passing it on to the next generation. And that's the act of bequeathing. So people say leave a legacy. This often means, for the next generation, help them better understand how you connected to the couple that came before you and the best lessons that you've learned. And so when you do that, over an extended period of time, it becomes, it has a long-lasting effect. So much so that it can even skip, because what you've built is a space that endures, even if it has to skip 2 or 3 generations. Institutions. So when we think of Harvard or Yale or Ohio State, these are small, tiny things in terms of world history. But from our moment of perception, where we are now, these are institutions. And so what happens is we come into them and we find ourselves, they come in, they show us some pictures of some people on the wall, or they make us put on a certain color on a certain day, or they roll a piece of paper and give it to us after they done beat us up for 4 or 5 or 6 or 7 years. And they say, here, now, you are part of the legacy.
Welcome. Now you can say the Ohio State University.
The Ohio State. Oh yeah, don't worry about it. The place I work now, it's about the Howard University. And I'm laughing. This is a school named for a white man, a very nice white man. I ain't mad at him. I admire General Howard to the degree that I can admire any white person in this field of violence we call America. But the degrees you give, the degrees that my students get, are written in Latin. And that's beautiful. They can't write them in Meta Nature. Oh, some of my students could, because they have Mario Beatty, who teaches Egyptian hieroglyphs. But they ain't never going to do that, because in their mind, they have been taught that this is their legacy.
This is their legacy, and we build up other people. But hey, that's a whole another piece, because in many cases, we are, in a sense, passing on other people's.
No question.
We have been trained to change, and that's very dangerous for us.
Dangerous, brother. In fact, oh man, let me just interject this right quick, brother Hatem, while I'm thinking about it, because you know how they talk about, in fact, there's been a lot of litigation over the last few years. These white boys who want to get rid of non-whites in these Ivy League institutions, the Harvards, the Yales, because they say you got to have a certain test score and a certain grade point average, and you can get in. Well, of course, non-white people said, okay, if that's the rules, then that's what we'll do. So now what you see is, particularly at a place in the Ivy, like Harvard, for example, the majority of the freshman class is become non-white. Why? Because you got all these kind of African immigrants. You got all these immigrants from China, Korea, other places who are busting out the SAT, who got perfect GPAs. Now they got a problem. Oh, shit. So now they going back. Now they suing to say, you know, there are discriminatory policies, but they're using, for example, there was a case that was, they used an Asian American group that they basically created and then funded, Edward Bloom, this white boy, billionaire, to try to say, we need to get rid of affirmative action. They're really trying to attack it in some kind of way so they can come back around the back door and boost the number of white people who can't now compete by their own standards that they set to keep everybody else out. But the reason I said that, as you were talking, it made me think about it, as it relates to legacy. As these cases have wound their way through the federal district courts, through the state courts in Massachusetts, and then coming forward eventually because they want to get to the Supreme Court because they think now that they've stacked it with their white nationalist friends and Negro disciples like Clarence Thomas, they can get rid of affirmative action and maybe begin to attack some of these non-white groups that are being let in. Figure it out. They have had to sacrifice one of the categories they've used to shore up white power in this country. And that is the category of admissions at the Ivy League schools called legacy. Why? What is a legacy?
They had to get rid of it?
Well, they had to either defend it or begin to discard it, because remember, there are several categories that don't rely on GPA or test score.
Right.
Such as, do you have a talent or a skill that will enhance the education of your fellow students? They call that diversity.
Mm-hmm.
That's the point of entry. So we need some black and brown students. We need some Chinese and Asian students. We need a kid from Ghana or a kid. Okay, we need a kid who plays the flute. We need a Negro that can run a 4.40 and catch a football. So there's certain categories. Now, what about this category? Well, we have a few slots for applicants who are treated preferentially because a parent or other relative belonged to our beloved Harvard Crimson. Who is that? Well, that's the legacy category. What did you do? I was born in the right household. Oh, your mama went to Harvard. Yes. I see. And I almost said Howard because Howard won't say it. There's a common application for Negro colleges, but people are very proud. I'm 5th generation Howard. You got some students who are 4th, 5th generation, 6th generation. And then you got people like probably we were, I know I was 1st generation. But I'm the first, and then people even take pride with that. Why? Because I'm now affiliated. But I just mentioned that, when you talk, because legacy is also something that is sometimes passed down to the next generations, to our children, by giving them expectations simply because of when and where they came into existence. So when I see your children, I see them, hey, Baba Kamathi, well, who are you? Oh, my daddy is Hatem. Oh, I got expectations of you. There's a legacy. You ain't got to say nothing of that. You don't, that creates a lot of pressure on some children.
Yes, it does.
You know what I'm saying? In fact, there were Marcus Garvey Jr. just made transition in Florida, a little over, about a week and a half, couple of weeks ago. His ritual was yesterday, and I was watching the live stream, and I'll send you the link. You can send it to everybody because it was recorded. It's really, so it's a couple of hours. And of course, his brother could not be there, Dr. Julius Garvey. And I know Julius Garvey. I've met him several times. In fact, presented with him. That's very. He's in New York. So he sent a video, and he spoke. Marcus Garvey Jr.'s 3 children spoke. It's very moving. One of the grandchildren spoke. 2 of his granddaughters are named, both of them named Amy Jakes after their grandmother, because his granddaughters were named for his mother, who both he, of course, and his brother knew, Amy Jakes Garvey, and they knew their father, who passed in 1940. Marcus Garvey Jr. was born in 1930, so he's 10 years old when his father passed. But I'm saying in terms of legacy, because one of the things Dr. Garvey did, Julius Garvey, the living brother who survives him physically here, said was, my brother was perfectly equipped to do the work he was sent here to do, which was perpetuate the work of his father and his mother. And so Julius Garvey started talking about how, because if you see Marcus Garvey Jr., he looked just like Marcus Garvey. First thing. So he's the speech of Marcus and Amy Jakes Garvey. I mean, this is who he is. So he's physically their speech. So you can see his mother and his father in his face. Mostly his father, because we always see his father. But you see pictures of his mother, you can see in the eyes. But he really looked like his father, straight down to the head shape, the goatee. He even then grew hair. My father. And you hear him. Man, and what was he talking? One God, one aim, one destiny. The last thing they did was stretch the red, black, and green over the coffin and did the ritual. The UNIA sent the delegation. It was beautiful. But Marcus Garvey Jr. spent his whole life being the Garvey movement as best he could in his body, connected to the organization, to the work. And his brother was like, he was a Pan-Africanist. He was a nationalist. His children, he was a Pan-Africanist. He was a nationalist. I mean, that's the legacy. But if your name, in fact, his daughter told this story very quickly. She went to law school at Texas Southern in Houston. And she said, at my graduation, you know, you can be robed or they give you your hood. You can be given your JD hood. And when I graduated from law school at Ohio State, like when we were all together, you know, I was hooded by David Williams, my law professor, who I loved, who made transition last year. He was at Vanderbilt. He left Ohio State, went to Vanderbilt. Brilliant brother from Detroit, federal income tax attorney, professor, master teacher. I loved David Williams. And of course, I'm wearing no European robe to my graduation. So I had on African robe, and I didn't even get a hood. A hood, like they hood you. They put the hood over you. I didn't buy no hood. I ain't written no hood because you had to get a hood back, and I don't want that European stuff. We on stage. You walk across, you're supposed to bend down, they put the hood on you. I didn't have no hood. Wasn't no hood on that table for me. I didn't buy no hood. I'm just gonna shake y'all hand and move off. David Williams is helping give out degrees. The dean is standing there, the speaker is standing there, Richard Thornburg, who was Attorney General at the time. I didn't even shake his hand. You're a racist, you Ronald Reagan, I don't shake your damn hand. I gotta walk across the stage. I won't do that, because my mom and them here. So I didn't shake his hand, shook the dean's hand. I went to shake David Williams' hand, my teacher, this man took his hood off in front of all them people and put that hood on me. It's still over here in my house. After graduation, everybody else had to take their hood back. I didn't have to take mine back. Why? He gave me his hood. I'm the only one with a hood. Everybody else hood with it. But this man took off his hood and put it on me. That I'm telling you, brother, that I'll never forget that, because he's an ancestor now. I don't wear that hood. At Howard graduation or whatever, you know, I got my robe, whatever. I don't wear, you know, as African cloth, this kind of thing. But that hood, I don't even put that hood on no more. I keep that hood hanging to remind me, because that's the legacy. But the Garvey story is this. Right. The daughter of Marcus Garvey Jr. says, at my graduation from Texas Southern, my father came, and Marcus Garvey Jr. was a lawyer. Marcus Garvey Jr. hooded me. He put the hood on me in Houston at Texas Southern School of Law graduation. And that was the moment when my classmates found out I was the daughter of, that's Marcus Garvey Jr.? And in the minute you hear that name and you look at him, you say, that's Marcus Garvey. Oh, yeah, that's Marcus Garvey. And it was like, wait a minute, Marcus Garvey is your granddaddy? Like, yes. And that whole energy just changed. What the hell? That's Marcus Garvey's granddaughter. Because it was on the DS. A few close friends knew, but when my daddy came to graduation and put that hood on me, they all found out. Marcus Garvey is my father. Marcus Garvey is my grandfather. Legacy. Now, at that point, they expect you to come out and argue a case that makes all of us free tomorrow. Why? Oh, you're Marcus Garvey's granddaughter. So when you talking about being Hatem's daughter, Hatem's son, oh shit, man, we expect you. Legacy can become a curse if we don't equip our children.
Right.
You know what I'm saying?
Man.
But when done the right way, is when you see Mariba Kelsey, then you see Reba Kelsey and Romani Kelsey, and you see Madibo Kelsey, you understand, because they have extended the legacy of their parents.
Right.
And when I think about on this day of Imani, when we were all together physically, and we would have the big Columbus Kwanzaa celebrations, and everybody would be together, and Tony West and Aziza West and the Imani dancers would come, and their son would come out that kid hitting that drum like his father. And see, this is because I had faith that the next generation could continue, but I did not leave that faith, as Baba Kwame says, as you're saying right now. I didn't leave that faith in my head. I sparked and gained the momentum to then put that faith in this next generation by showing them what I know, so that they can know what I know. And so when I'm no longer here, they can enhance it and continue it. Legacy is it's always a practical thing. That is the act of faith. You got to make it manifest. You leave it. When you leave it a legacy, that means you're becoming a link in a chain. So do we want something different than our ancestors? Yes and no. No, in the sense that not in terms of human desire. Yes, in terms of we have not cultivated enough memory to receive from these previous generations their experiences, so that we don't make the same mistakes, because the desires of our heart are the same. I would think.
Man.
No.
I think you slam dunked him.
No, brother. That's not true.
You know, beat up Imani. Imani is like, hey, let's stop.
Yeah, but charting when you say charting a legacy, that phrase, charting a legacy, is a beautiful capture of, to take it all the way back to where we started. Baba Kwame raised the question of the noon, and not the question, the observation of the noon. The charts have been written. And so when you said at the very beginning, you know, where does this sense of being off course, to kind of use the language, charting a legacy? Because charting, you know, where's our path? How do we get off course? For the Egyptians, for example, they like the Yoruba or the Igbo or the Fon, the Homi, or the groups that we cluster under the Akan, label Akan. The Africans are always coming up with names for labels for things that are in reality. So the Europeans, our children who don't remember, will be like, oh, they have a lot of gods. No, there's only one creative force, and it has always existed. We name principles. So another principle that they name out of this thing has always existed is another label for something that has always existed, which they would call Ma'at. Ma'at can't be reduced into principles. So, we say Ma'at is truth, order, balance, justice, reciprocity. Those are just dimensions of Ma'at. See, Ma'at is too. And so, in other words, it's not, you can't really get off course. Why? Because Ma'at is. Like gravity is Ma'at. Shady people who then in the end get treated that way, that's Ma'at. Meaning, what is Ma'at? Ma'at is the principle that everything is in balance. You can't be out of balance. Well, how is that possible? I fell. Yeah, you did fall. You know why? Because that is Ma'at. Meaning what? If you go so far over here, this is going to happen. In other words, you can predict what's going to happen. That's Ma'at.
That's right.
You can't escape that.
That's
so what looks like we're being off course, what the Egyptians may call in certain contexts, is fet or disorder, what the Europeans sometimes translate as chaos. It ain't really chaos. People watching Batman movies and think, the Joker comes in and says, I just do things. There's a symmetry, or a Two-Face flipping the coin saying, I'm going to let fate determine. No, that's all Ma'at. You know what I'm saying? You want to know how you end up with a Gotham City that's rife with crime? You start doing dirty stuff to people. Next thing you know, if people ain't eating, you got a corrupt cop. Yeah, that's all Ma'at. You can't escape every action. You can predict what's going to happen. So the Egyptians would say, we don't want people to be hungry or come. We don't want criminality. So what do? Change your behavior. If you change your behavior, Ma'at, so then that gets translated by us as Ma'at was restored. No, Ma'at really wasn't restored. Ma'at is always. Ma'at is. The only question is, what do you want to experience, because you can change what you experience based on how you move through the world. But that's only because ma'at exists, meaning you can get a different outcome if you put I mean, this is your language, Baba Kwame, in terms of the language of mathematicians, input, output. You know, that's why, in fact, the dean of the College of Arts and Sciences at Howard at one time, he's not a dean there anymore, but we were in a conversation. He was trying to get me to explain how Africana studies, why isn't it in the humanities, or, you know, why isn't it in social sciences? I said, see, Africana studies is a concept that very few people understand in an academic sense. I said, it's like math. I said, you're a mathematician, right? He said, yeah. I said, you got a PhD in math? Yes. I said, is math an art or a science? He started smiling. Everybody else in the meeting is like, what is he talking about? And I said, listen, some of these people might be confused, Dean. Explain to them why you can't answer that question. He said, well, math is a concept. Yeah. Math, people think math is just it's an art, man. You're trying to perceive reality and translate it into some symbols to put a little handle on reality. So the best mathematicians, man, cats is thinking, man, you know what? If I look out there, I bet you if my eyes were strong enough, I could see the back of my head. What? Yeah, see, because light curves. Right. So if there's a loop that I could have been, what are you talking about, man? I'm thinking beyond the 1 + 1. I mean, mathematicians are some of the most sublime artistic thinkers, man. Because you're trying to reduce reality to some concepts. That's my art, man. In fact, I would say finally, math is almost an expression of faith, brother. Because mathematicians believe it all has a symmetry. It's all, in fact, at the end of Deborah Ma'at Moore, who was a mathematician, mathematics teacher, educator out of Detroit, she used to, and Mario and them talk about this too, Theobald Benga, when you look at the end of Egyptian mathematical equations, sometimes when you've solved an equation, the translation for the end of the phrase will be something like, Ma'at is satisfied. Ma'at is like, you got it. How you balance the equation? Is it balanced? Yes. Ma'at is satisfied. Okay, you see. Because it was there all along. You just had to get your skills up. That's all.
Right.
Yeah, you know, I find that, you know, math has always provided me with another way of perceiving. You know, Big Brother Bonacci and I.
Oh, the man.
We have these ongoing arguments. Yes, sir. We have this ongoing argument. It is one of his presentations. He says that numbers lie. And I tell him, I said, Baba, I have to disagree with you on that. And the foundation of my argument is that just because you cannot express something,
right,
does not mean that something is lying.
That's exactly right. I don't know that he would disagree with you on that. I mean, in the sense that, because you know, Bonacci talk about meta-nature, and it's interesting you say that, Kwame, because Bonacci, Mzee, cats are science guys, man. They architects, surveyors, mathematicians. So y'all's conversation gonna be different than me and you. That's funny.
But what you were talking about as far as the faith, many of us, you know, in our math and sciences, we have these, in anything really, in most of things, we have these axiomatic things that we accept as true.
Right. Yes, sir.
And until we find something that contradicts it, we have to go on accepting it as true. And so when we build our foundation on those axioms, then if we have a disagreement, as you know, me and Bonacci, for example,
yes, the
question I have to get to him is, which axiom are you questioning? Because once I understand that, then I may be able to either build up your argument or at least have an argument to help you, you know, see where there's a contradiction. Or are you going to accept that what you're trying to say is actually a paradox and not a lie, or a contradiction. Right? So,
There you go.
That's it.
There you go.
No, that's it. You gotta have right. You try to take one step closer to the thing that's true, which is why people talk about Ma'at as being true. There is something that if we can just get to the thing, if we can get to having it revealed, we're going to reach consensus. But you're right. Where are you starting? What's the axiom? Oh, wait, we have to test that. And you keep going back. Go to the second verse of the lift every voice and sing. Some people say, well, I don't like lift your voice and sing. It's kind of sad. No, listen to what they're saying.
That's right.
So, you know, when they say stony the road we tried, is you like when I tell you, you talking about, you know, our ancestors, our most recent ancestors coming out of enslavement, stony the road we tried, bitter the chastening rod, felt in the days when hope unborn had died. Meaning that, you know, when we lost sight of what you raised in Bible Kwame, there is a principle that is bedrock true. But if we lose sight, if we can't see it, you know what I'm saying? Then the road, the reality we're experiencing now becomes our reality. That shouldn't be the axiom. You know what I'm saying? Stony the road we tried. Bitter the chastening rod. I'm getting beat out here in these streets. Black Lives Matter. Felt in the day, but you feel that differently in the days when hope unborn had died. Then James Rosemont Johnson comes back with the couplet, yet. Now this is the faith. Yet with a steady beat. Meaning what? There's a rhythm in the universe that transcends our immediate condition. Then he asked the question, have not our weary feet come to the place for which our fathers sighed? In other words, didn't we make it? You know what I'm saying? Because you understand there's something bigger than this cracker with this whip.
That's right.
If you lost sight of it, you're looking at the field. Hope unborn had died yet with a steady beat, meaning what? If you just keep faith.
That's right.
To believe with all our hearts in our people, our parents, our teachers, our leaders, and the righteousness and victory of our struggle, yet with a steady beat. Have not, I told you, didn't I tell you? You know what I'm saying? Then you come back with Clara Ward and them and Mahalia Jackson and them and Aretha Franklin and them. My soul look back and wonder how I got over. You know, yeah, you ain't got to wonder about it. Yeah, with a steady beat, baby. Just keep walking. You know what I'm saying? So
that's what's up.
That's mathematics, brother. Yeah, you say, but not just no, come on, man. What's the axiom, brother? Right. You got to be short-sighted.
But you know, we spoke briefly on this fat. And how Tim knows, I tell him this all the time, that, you know, even chaos, or what's thought to be chaos, has order in it.
That's right. That's right. And that's something you can explain much better than I can. And that's why when the Europeans translate it's fet into chaos, it's like, don't use that word. Because when you think chaos, you think something that's not right. No, there's no. I guess, in fact, I don't know. Let me ask you, is that one of the principles of the set of inquiries that cluster around the label chaos theory?
The idea of chaos theory.
Yeah, help me, because I don't.
Being able to, well, you know, in the world of math and statistics and all that, we like to be able to predict. And you know, there are some things where, like, you know, if you're traveling 80 miles an hour and you start here in Columbus, you know, and you're driving north on 71, you travel for, you know, 2 hours, you can fairly reckon that, you know, you're going to travel 160, you know, miles roughly.
Right.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Now, there are some things where, let's say you're on 71, but there is a, let's just say some kind of road stoppage, right? You know, traffic stoppage. And well, to stick closer to the point. So let's say you're traveling and, you know, your tire gets a leak. So that causes a change. Well, normally, you know, you got AAA. So, you know, you're going to call the man and have him come change your tire and stuff. And he tells you, okay, I'll be there in 20 minutes. Well, That doesn't happen, right?
Right.
Right.
So so now you have to recalibrate, right? Because you added 20 more minutes into your time, and then you add another 15, 20 minutes for the time it's going to take him to change the tire and you to get started again. But of course, you don't know what's going to prevent him or hold him up or whatever. So that's another thing that is a change in the road, quote unquote.
Yes, sir.
And so the idea of chaos theory is that where, to use the expression how Tim's most familiar with, where you have a butterfly in East Asia and it's flapping its wings in such a way where that it creates a hurricane in the Atlantic.
That the butterfly effect?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So what's called the butterfly effect, really that's just them trying to express the idea that there are some systems wherein small changes
have massive effect.
Cannot predict what the outcome will be.
Nope.
Just in real small changes. And so when we entertain the idea of what if Brother Kamati never came to Ohio State?
I think about that.
And within the whole frame of thing, it seems like such a small change. But the change in your life that it would make, the change in our lives that it would make, you can't put a prediction, an outcome on how that's going to turn out.
That's right, Bob.
That's the idea of chaos theory. Is that every small change?
He blamed us.
I did.
He blames us because he was glad to be a lawyer, and now he
because of y'all. But that's okay. No, but it was what you said. But it's interesting you say that, because I know we winding up. So but this is such an important conversation. Thinking about legacy, thinking about faith. Everything that happened the way it's supposed to happen. Some people would say that. The Egyptians would say it's all in divine order. Because I can't imagine my individual brief period between birth and transition here on this earth. I can't imagine what it would have been if I hadn't gotten in that Ford Escort and driven up from Nashville to Columbus and been there, or if I hadn't gone into a panel talk at Ohio State that was organized by and participated in by a brother from the psychology department named Richard Kelsey, who was dropping some bombs. I'm like, man, this dude, hey man, what can I hear some more about this? Well, we get together on Friday nights, and that's the rest of my life, bro.
Right. He got him.
Or hanging out with Hot Criminal, man. Now make that box. Man. We changed Ohio State, man. Look, Larry Williamson, all them cats now at the Hale. I guess they got a Hale house. They done took over the student union. They knocked down the building we used to be in. Right. But had it not been for those moments, there are Black students. I came up there for one of my students, Shanice Thompson. I love her. She ain't my biological child, but that's my child. She got a PhD from Ohio State in Africana Studies last year, and I flew in just long enough to come to the defense, get back in the plane, and get back to work. But I got in the cab. I got out right there in front of the Hale house. I ain't never been in the Hale Center because how we was all in school. That wasn't no Black thing, but now it's all nice and the other building is gone, grass. Right. I went in there. I said, "Is Larry Williamson here?" "Oh, he isn't in yet. Can you, I can leave a message." Yeah, these kids don't know me. I'm looking at these Black kids who are enjoying a space that didn't exist for us, and because they don't know,
right?
Right. But before, as I left the message, I said to them, "I said, y'all know Larry? Oh yeah, Larry Wilson's director." I said, let me tell y'all something. You probably, and how old people talk to kids. Right. Now, I ain't gonna give y'all no lecture. I gotta go over here to this defense. My child get ready to get this PhD. But I said, that man who comes in here that y'all work with every day, ask him sometime to tell y'all about how this all came into existence. Just to let y'all know, not to name me or you, Hatem, or Janice, or any of the rest of our people, but so that you know why y'all back there on your phones never looked up while I could be writing on this pad the coordinates to nuke the building, because y'all ain't looked up for me. You know what I'm saying? I mean, just understand that you are heirs to a legacy. You know what I'm saying? That was charted. You are benefiting, and if you want the next generation of students to benefit, because I'm telling you about these white folks, they'll take all this.
They take it all
because they got a legacy. You know what I'm saying? And then you'll run over there protesting and won't even remember the last time and how we won that fight. I tell remember we was all in that damn fight. But if you don't get the playbook from generation to generation to generation, trust, they always got a playbook. You understand? Right. I said, y'all need to ask that man. Ask Larry. And I don't even know if they ever gave him the message, because I ended up having to reach out to him. He said, "Oh, I didn't get the message." Of course you didn't. I could have been an axe murderer coming up, and they never looked up from the phones. You know what I'm saying? And that's not a criticism of them, because that's what it happens when we don't tend to making sure they understand.
It's a brother Rashid that used to come up to campus. Yeah, I want that. Yeah, he used to come up to campus and chill with us. He did some entertainment at the cultural place.
Yes.
Right. So he goes in and he talks to Larry. He say, "Larry, I see the kids around here. Where we at?" He asked about it. Larry looked at him and said, "Y'all don't exist no more."
Really?
He said, Larry looked at him and said, "Y'all don't exist no more."
Really?
Yeah, that's where we at now. We've been, it's like, that we grabbing on other people's legacy, and in a sense, our stories are being it's like, it was said best in the movie Fight Club. We are the middle children of history.
Right.
Yeah. It's gone. Because it wasn't radical enough to where we had to fight necessarily the police, and it wasn't, you know what I'm saying? And it's just, we don't exist.
Well, one thing we can do, brother, and that is maybe I don't know, you might have to get us together for a virtual reunion and record it before anybody else makes transition. That's and true. Get Larry to be there, and then at least, as you said, what you're doing there, it'll all be recorded.
Scribe. This is the new scribing.
This would be the scribe, right? Because when we did it, we was connected to, Mawada Ross, who's an ancestor now. Them cats are gone.
Right.
Nick Nelson.
Right.
Them cats are all gone now, but we should probably get this down. Just like the genealogy and the history of this formation. Jinyame, Tawi, African Center. It's time. We don't need to, we let Nomo get out of here, man. It's a petting them cats, man. We gotta record this, man. We could be doing this all day, man. I don't know, people like, wait, I thought this was Kwanzaa.
Right. Wait, my mom asked me, because we met with Jack yesterday. I had my son go in and edit it, and he was like, it was an hour. My mom said, people be sitting there listening to y'all for an hour? I said, man, that's,
that ain't nothing. What they doing?
I still talking.
Brother, they sit there and watch beef on YouTube for days. For days. What are y'all watching, man? This is
right.
Made up beef. But hey, we want to thank brother Kamati, Greg Kamati Card, Doctor.
Thank you.
Don't thank me, man. Thank you.
Do
for joining us, family. I am hoping that you got something out of here. Greg, is there any way that they can stay in contact with you? Because you got some things going on, so let them know.
Nah, the easiest thing, man, for me is, and I'm embarrassed to say this, but the best way usually is email. So, but you ain't got to email me direct. You can, I'll spell it out. It's PERMEDJAT. Permejat. It means house of books, which I guess is adapt. You see my house of books at gmail.com. That's the best way to do it. And then, we go from there. But I following your lead, brother, because, you shown after this plague hit, everybody went online. They just joining you. You've been doing this.
Yes,
So our sister out of New York and New Jersey, Karen Hunter, started a weekly conversation we do on weekends on Saturdays for a couple of hours. It's called she called it In Class with Car, and I went along with it because I'm like, okay, that's kind of embarrassing. I was in class, but
Well,
part of it is now
a few people to your
saying?
class, bro.
In class says in class. This is in class. No, in class with cars. Okay. All right. Well, we for now we'll do it. But because in my mind, well, let me not say in my mind, we're not going back to what we were doing before. You saw it. Y'all saw it before, probably many of us, because you started before this thing hit. But our students who are in universities, who are now, as people get shot up in the arm or whatever, it's going to let people see each other again, going to go in and say, why am I paying all this tuition? Because, I was at my house doing it. So it's going to be a lot of administrators who have some explaining to do.
Right.
It's going to be a lot of, and meanwhile, we're building the thing we should have had all along. University education should not be the center of our teaching and learning practice. And nobody should be respecting no college professors as if college professors are better than anybody else, when we can all talk and all have conversation and we all read the same thing and come through it with people who understand and have conversation. We can all move forward. So that's what we beginning to experiment with. And we just joining in the streams like this one here, because y'all are laying out the stake for what comes next, and I couldn't be happier, because that elitism time is over for that. It didn't serve us anyway. Shout out to our Negro politicians. You know who you are. But anyway, so
You know who you are. Just give the president some love for his insight and foresight.
No. Thank you, Baba. Thank you, Baba Kwame. Thank you, Baba Hatem. And it's good to be with everybody.
Yes, sir. So happy Kwanzaa, family. Thank you for joining us. Yes. Great Imani. Y'all can check out Brother Greg Carr. We're going to use Giami language. Y'all can check out Greg Carr every Kuumba on the Karen Hunter Show. Sometimes he's on Roland Martin.
Oh, yeah, Thursday nights. Yeah, that's right. My man Roland.
Right. You know what I'm saying? And also you can check him out at Africana Carr on Twitter for those that are on Twitter.
Oh, yeah, that's right.
I told him I would start his Instagram for him. I'm just
man, the gram is too much, man. I'm an old man. They in something called Clubhouse now, right? I'm like, damn.
Now. But the Clubhouse pieces, we ain't got to worry about that. That is basically a private thing where people feel it's exclusive right now, so people are real hyped up about it.
Ain't it something, man? How these Europeans can create something to make you think you're the only one in it. Meanwhile, they market testing. That shit, we used to call that the party line, man. What the hell?
That's all. Really, our ancestors was doing this. This is what we're doing. We're doing a party line. We just see each other. You know what I'm saying?
Gonna get paid.
They're gonna get paid. And now that for us, like I said, this is about us building content. Yes. It's for our next generation, because we build the content, learn how to protect it. Our next generation will figure out how to get it out to everybody.
That's right.
You know what I'm saying? By taking these tools and working with them. It's on and popping. But yo, man, it was a pleasure.
Before you get out of here, Brother Kamati, just your wisdom on one more thing, bro. And is, what is a good book that we adults can be reading with our teenagers?
Well, it depends. There's a lot of ways we can go with that, right? But that'd be a whole nother conversation. But if young people, I mean, we were in the comic books when we were in, even kids now, they've been in the movies, this kind of thing. So I won't even go down that road of graphic novels, comic books. But there's I just picked one kind of serendipity. I'm looking around to see if there's a couple of, if you got some teenagers who will pay attention, and we all will, but there's a small novel. It's a historical novel by my dear friend and brother Daniel Black. It's called The Coming. Now, I was looking around because I thought I might have a copy around here, but I don't. It's over there.
Tim, if you could make a note of that for me.
I'm writing it down right now, sir.
Yeah, The Coming. It's really about enslavement and what happened to our ancestors, but it's so beautifully told and narrated. is really the collective voice of our ancestors, from before capture to the boat, to then coming out into the islands, and then being, but it's told from our perspective. It's one of the few pieces of work that is written so beautifully that teenagers can get into it. It's a book that you could really, if you start reading it, it's not very long. If you start reading it, you might not put it down because the language, it's almost like a long poem, but it carries you through page to page. And the beauty of the craft. Daniel Black is a master, right? He's a master teacher. He's at Clark Atlanta University, his alma mater, actually. Got his PhD from Temple. That's why
his name again?
Daniel Black, Black, like us, Black. Daniel, his middle name is Omotosho, Omotosho, Omotosho. But Daniel Black, Daniel Omotosho Black, out of Arkansas. The language teenagers will get into because it's beautiful language, but then the powerful concepts underneath the language then can spark conversations. It's a great book, and I would say that one probably before I was trying to think of, because fiction, it isn't perhaps as daunting, it seems, as history, and although this is straight history, but he's done it in a fictional rendering that just draws you in. So I would say that to begin with. Maybe we could do another one where we just talk about books, intergenerational. We could do it because that's where we started, in Columbus, right there on E. Livingston.
And you got every last one of those books right behind you.
No, brother, I got that one, but I mean, there's a lot of different ones, man. I mean, I was telling Karen. Anyway, let me not start. I'm gonna look straight into Karen. We do that.
So, family, if you are ever looking up the term bibliophile, you will see a picture of Greg Carr sitting in the room right there. But hey, I want to thank you again. You got if there's no final words, we're gone.
Except thank you. I'm grateful, brother. Good to be with you, brothers, always.
All right.
Likewise, brother. One love.
One love. Peace. Yeah.
Watch the next video. Watch the next video. Watch the next video. No, I'm just joking, family. Family, thank you for joining us. Be sure to catch us on the next video, family. Peace. Watch the next video. Watch.
Thank you, Dr. Greg Carr, for leading us in an inspirational presentation on the principle of Imani. And I want to also thank everyone for participating in the 7th and last night of the 2020 Columbus Kwanzaa celebration. Please visit the Kwanzaa vendor tabs and buy from our vendors and support Black businesses. Ujamaa. Remember, overcome obstacles with Imani, faith, courage, endurance, and persistence. Lastly, on this evening, we will have our community closing. After the closing, enjoy our DJ for the evening. We have enjoyed celebrating Kwanzaa 2020 with you on GNJ Media, Imani family. And remember, overcome obstacles with Imani, faith, courage, endurance, and persistence. Without faith, all things are impossible. With faith, nothing is impossible. Thank you and have a wonderful evening.
I am a genius. My ancestors were geniuses. My ancestors have made me a genius in all that I think, say, and do. I must declare myself a genius. I am a genius. Whenever I am myself, I practice my geniusness and do great things. All my thoughts, choices, and deeds must express my geniusness.
I am a genius. My decisions must always be in the best interest of myself, my family, my people, and my God. Only then will I and everyone I know that I am a genius.
I am a genius. At all times, my geniusness must reflect my culture. My geniusness must serve my God. My geniusness must make me be one in love and harmony with my family. My geniusness must protect my people. Yes, at all times, I must demonstrate excellence because I am a genius.
Peace, fam. This Kwanzaa step into self-mastery with our Nguza Saba Challenge e-course. Slash from $599 down to $99. Why join? Because you get the opportunity to cultivate your growth. Tap into ancestral wisdom for personal evolution. Learn flexibly. On-demand videos, audios, and daily activities. Empower yourself. Build confidence and impact your world. This is open to all. No prior experience needed. Here's the perks. You'll get access to exclusive digital resources. You get a private group for daily motivation and discussion. Invest in yourself this Kwanzaa. Become your destiny's master and join the congregation of the mighty. Enroll now in nguzasabachallenge.com. Discount code Kwanzaa 2023. Limited time. This all ends January the 2nd, 2024. Take advantage.